You're live.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the school committee meeting, Tuesday, July 7th. And we are delighted to have Dr. Jim Marini with us tonight. This has been his first week. Last week you started? I guess last week. But welcome so much. We're delighted to have you here. And we are going to kick off with you, with your report and what you'd like to tell us.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate you putting a little time on the agenda in the beginning, which I hope will happen at every meeting, just to give me a chance to reflect for a minute and let you know what my time has been like. And I'll tell you though, the first few days being here in Brookline have been filled with meeting people constantly online, by Zoom, in person. And I have to say, really, every single solitary person I met and every email I received, even those that have deep concerns, have been welcoming, friendly, inviting, willing to help and to do whatever they can, at least communicated to me, to assure that I would feel supported and feel welcomed in Brookline. And let me tell you, I feel supported and I feel welcome in Brookline. I've spent, first of all, I'll tell you, the first day when I came in, I said to my wife, oh my goodness, I can't believe this. I feel like I'm going to kindergarten again. I was all excited, if you can believe it. I was going to school, which hasn't happened for a while. So off I came to school, and that same old feeling, this is on my bleeding heart here. Any teacher will tell you, the day before school starts, you don't sleep. Well, I found myself tossing and turning and saying, this is like I'm going back to school again. So I spent the 4 days that I'd been here meeting. I'd been meeting incessantly, and I've met with principals. I met with the BEU union, the union leadership. I've met with the labor management council a number of times. I met with the high school administration. I've met with some members of the expert panels that are out there, and of course the administrative team. And there's a theme that goes through every single solitary meeting that I've had. There is a theme that basically says, how are we going to pull together? And I've been doing a bit of an entry plan, which I hope to report out in time. And one of the questions that I ask is, what do you expect of me in my time here? And it has been pretty consistent, and there are real themes that are coming through there as well. And so I'm feeling energized. There are issues, there are problems, there are concerns, all kinds of stuff. But I'm feeling energized and feeling as though people are really committed. I'm finding it's upbeat, positive, forward thinking, and willing to roll up the sleeves. And I'll say more about that when I talk about the introduction to the update. But I want you to know, and I should also say, and I should say it from the rooftops, thank goodness for Betsy Fitzpatrick. She is working, I'll tell you, she deserves a real round of applause. She's working like crazy to keep me on task, which is not always an easy assignment, but she has been doing it, and I am so appreciative that she is there. She's made my life really a joy. So I want you to know that I think this is a heavy lift, but I am energized, I'm focused. The people I have met to a person have been constructive, productive, positive, ready to go. And by the way, summer has just begun. So to have that attitude at this time of the year is extraordinary. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm giving it back to you, Suzanne.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Jim. It's so good to have you on board. I'm really excited for the work that we have ahead of us. I know there's a lot, but we've got a good team on school committee and with you in central office. I think we'll get the work done. Just to let everybody know that we will be having a retreat at the end of July. So we will be able to talk more in depth about what you think the goals might be for the year and share what we think our goals might be. And so I just want people to know that we will have a whole workshop dedicated to talking about some of the things that you're learning about in these first couple of weeks. So thank you. Thank you. We're going to go to our consent agenda. We have three sets of minutes to approve: June 26th, June 18th, and June 11th. There's also a Driscoll School project. Do we need to do that separately, Susan, or is that part of the consent agenda? Part of the consent?
I think it's fine to do. It's part of the consent agenda. Unless,
If
yeah,
somebody has a
fine.
question, certainly they can ask.
No, it doesn't. I think the question is, does it have to be a separate vote?
Okay, that's what we said. Could you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, could you just tell us something about what the Amendment 7 is?
Oh, sure. It's for, there's some geotechnical services that Celestial has sort of gone through it, our owner's project management, and it's for services by the geotechnical consultant for additional tests.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Mariah?
I have a question about the geotech work.
Yeah.
It's more a question of overall, I think that if I saw that file, it said, let me just look at it real quick. It said we've spent like something like $9 million on JLA so far for the project. And I wondered if there's an estimate for the total.
Oh, there is. If you look at that same document, hold on. There's a total amount that we're paying them. This amount is sort of, it's not really a pass-through, but they are the ones who are contracting McPhail for us. You understand? So that the additional money, which I think is like not to exceed.
Is that on the top of page 1? And it says that there's a budget of 8.7 million and the balance is 7.3.
So no, if you look on page 2 of 3, you'll
Page
see the
2 of
original
3.
budget. Oh, well, that's the construction budget. I'm sorry. I thought there was the amount for them. That's the total budget. Hold on. Sorry. Susan.
So this is not for their total $9 million budget. This is a $50,000 geotechnical test. So I think we can have a Driscoll budget conversation if you want to, but that's not what this vote is.
Exactly.
Does that help?
Exactly. The 9 million. Go ahead.
I believe it's a $50,000 change order that's already been approved by the building commission.
Correct. And it's a not to exceed 50. So it may be less.
So the answer to the question is we don't have an answer to the question right now.
Well, what
Do
is
you
the
want me
question?
to, well, I guess the question is, do you want to have a conversation about the overall Driscoll budget right now, or?
No, I just was asking if we knew if we had an estimate overall for this and how it fits into that. And that's okay.
There is, and if you want me to pull up the Driscoll budget, I can.
Maybe you want to,
not a meaningful amount.
maybe we can do it offline later on if that's easier. So as not to
Sure,
hold stuff up.
happy to.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Helen. Second. Is there a second? Thank you, Susan. I guess we have to do a roll call vote, don't we? Any questions or discussion about it? Okay, we'll go for it. Andy?
Oh, sorry. I was just moving around because I'd lost my internet connection and had to reestablish.
We're voting for the consent agenda. Do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Helen?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
Chair votes yes as well. Okay. Okay, next on the agenda is a public comment. We have no one who has signed up, so we will move through that pretty quickly. I would just like to mention that The Wellness Department sent all of us a letter, so if you would please take a look at that in your email so that you can see that and be apprised of their concerns. Okay, now we're moving on to presentations, discussions of current issues, and first on the list are updates on the school district fall planning. Dr. Marini, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to introduce this item. And first, with just a brief background, just to give the context for this, on March 13th, school stopped. It stopped abruptly and instantly. And schooling, as we have known it, really has changed. And there was no lead time for teachers to shift their thinking to online platforms. They were using technology with which they were really not familiar and really not comfortable. Students at all levels were required to log on to technology, become familiar with Zoom or Google Meets or other technology in order to continue their education. The change actually is a monumental shift in the way we think about teaching and learning, and was very challenging at all levels of the system. And it was met with a varying degree of success and actually with little satisfaction, not just in Brookline, probably across the world, but certainly across the state. During this time, very stressful time, much has been learned about teaching and learning and the needs of learners and of teaching in a remote setting. So while Massachusetts has flattened the curve, for sure, the coronavirus, COVID-19, is with us, and we need to prepare and act accordingly. And given the uncertainty of the virus, the commissioner has required that school districts develop 3 plans: a full opening, a hybrid model, and a full closure. To assist the districts, the commissioner issued guidelines, which were published by Ben Lummis. He distributed them, and I continue to do that when people call. But the guidelines are based on the best science available at the time and are further informed by a panel of superintendents, city and town officials, and union representatives. The guidelines identify the following 3 areas of focus: safety requirements, social emotional learning, and curriculum and instruction. In addition, the commissioner has asked that district conduct surveys of teachers and parents to assess the impact and give feedback on our efforts. The commissioner also identified additional funding sources to help districts deal with the anticipated increases in costs that are directly related to implementing the guidelines. You're going to hear about the surveys during the presentation. To begin the necessary planning, the district established 3 planning groups led by the deputy superintendents. These groups are operations, physical safety, health and safety, social emotional learning, and academics, curriculum and instruction. The union also established a labor management group that meets weekly with the administration to discuss issues of mutual concern. I've met with that group a couple of times. We met this morning, and I can say that the group is approaching these discussions from a perspective of how are we going to work together? How are we going to address these issues, and how are we going to do this in a way that we have mutual support? We're working through some of what is spoken and what is heard having the same meaning. But when you get under the surface there, we all acknowledge that we have the same goals, we're working in the same direction. We need to make our contacts that way. We were approaching these meetings on both sides in a spirit of cooperation and positive approach, knowing that to go forward, we have to work together. I'm heartened by the first couple of meetings that we have had. In addition, the high school, under the direction of the principal, has established a working group, and they're looking at how the high school will open. And they have been doing a lot of work in terms of looking at schedules, looking at capacity for the rooms, by schedule, meaning how they're going to keep kids in cohorts extraordinary, looking at how the special education services are going to be provided. And in meeting with the high school team, they too are going to become part of the district planning groups, the 3 planning groups. The high school is going to have representatives attending those planning sessions. I met with them today and they're enthusiastic about that, and they want to join us also, not join us, they want to be part of the district planning groups, particularly with the surveys that will be going out shortly. And in addition, the school committee has developed subcommittees on a task force on distance learning, and we've begun. I've met with Ann Coffin Fredericks, who I know, but she's chairing one of the panels, and she has met with a representative from this Labor Management Council, and that is beginning to move forward. I've been meeting with all groups saying that these expert panels are indeed, it's amazing, made up of volunteers from the community who are very busy in their own lives. And they are carrying really responsible jobs, and they are willing to take time out of their lives to help the schools. They recognize they are advisory. I think they're comfortable in that role. And each one of the groups that I speak with, we're talking about how do we access such a rich resource in a way that we can draw on that to help the schools figure out when we're working through some issues that we may need to get some outside or get a piece of advice. We have a wealth of knowledge right here in Brookline who are giving of their time to help the schools, and we hope to draw on that resource. So, I mean, it just goes to there's I feel anyway, I hope there's a growing momentum that we are indeed all in this together, and we are indeed going to do what we can to have all of us come together, because we are going to be opening school in some form, and we need to make sure that we're doing it in a way that everybody feels supported. So we have tonight, the 3 deputies are here clearly, and they're going to be presenting the work that they have done with an eye toward what we can expect in the future. So I'm going to sit back and listen proudly as they describe their work. So who's Nicole? Who's up first?
I'm gonna kick it off, Jim. I'm gonna.
Casey, you're going to take it, Casey?
I will.
Okay.
Robin, it says that screen sharing is disabled. Oh, here we go. Great. So I am going to kick us off tonight on the fall planning updates from the last update that Nicole Calise and I presented on June 18th. Here's a look at the agenda. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to give you an update on what we've learned and what has occurred since June 18th. There are some things that are pretty clear in terms of guidance from the state, and some things that we still are not sure of, but we'll run through what those items are. I will go over what the DESE fall school reopening guidance is. We'll list out what those safety requirements are and what this means for curriculum instruction. We'll talk a bit in terms of what surveys we are aiming to put out, some new funding streams that Dr. Marini referenced earlier in his opening, and then a next steps for this group here for the committee to be aware of. So just to jog everyone's memory, I want to review the priorities that the planning groups were working off of that are listed here. As Dr. Marini said, these are the planning groups that Calise Warnham, Nicole Gittens, and I led from the month of May to the last day of school. The planning groups, again, as Dr. Marini listed, were that Calise Warnham, Nicole Gittens, and I led from the month of May to the last day of school. The 3 planning groups that we were broken up into were academics, health and safety, and operations. For those of you who were present for the June 18th meeting without the DESE guidance, which was supposed to come out that week, we were focused mostly on a fully remote model and a hybrid model that Nicole Gittens spoke to on the 18th. What I'll speak to next is specifically the guidance that we did receive on June 25th from DESE, which again is still in its initial stages. The goal that DESE states for districts is the safe return of as many students as possible to an in-person setting. This is quite a change from what we were planning on with the hybrid model, which was an group A, group B alternating model where we wouldn't have as many students as possible back in school. So I want to bring that attention to the committee here tonight. The Commissioner, Jeff Riley, does note that the guidance that came out on June 25th was based on the best information that they had as of mid-June. Again, they stressed that we have to be ready to pivot at any point, barring any changes in circumstances with COVID-19. They do want districts to focus first and foremost on getting our students back into the school buildings, as Dr. Marini referenced in his opening. So by August, we are working on comprehensive reopening plans that include 3 models listed here. So in person, with the new safety requirements, which we will detail in the next few slides. The hybrids will continue working on the hybrid piece and continuing to make a more, develop a more robust remote learning program for the fall. I have an asterisk here to make note that for each of these 3 learning models, we have to have a plan specifically for special student populations, namely students in special education and our English language learners. So with that, I'm going to kick it off to Dr. Warnham to speak more specifically to our health and safety protocols that we're currently working on and plan to do so through the month of July.
Thank you very much, Casey. And so with the guidelines, I really want to talk to what we've been thinking about as operations committee has come together. So part of what will happen is when we come back that the primary health screening, we thought we'd have to spend a lot of time when kids are dropped off doing temperature checks. That's not recommended. That is, we're asked that parents do this health screening at home before they arrive to the buildings, and we will send that out and make sure that that is sent out in many languages, the explanation of what they're to look for. And so that will happen. All adults are going to be required to wear face masks all day long. What we have talked about is most likely getting face shields for our teachers to allow for visual cues to happen for our students that need the visual cues as well. And so we're looking into that. Is that possible for us to get our hands on face shields for our teachers in place of face masks for teachers? It also states that grades 2, from 2nd grade through 12th grade, they are required to wear masks. We are to encourage our BK and 1st grade students to wear masks. We also will provide breaks for students wearing masks throughout the day. And those breaks will happen hopefully outside when the climate allows that to happen. And then also if there is as well, if we can open windows for folks to allow that to happen. We will require a rotation of washing hands when possible, but as long as they are using hand sanitizer with the appropriate amount of alcohol, we are okay as well. We're also planning, the guidelines also instruct us to use cohorts throughout the day so that we're going to have our children travel in cohorts. That way there is less, and that allows us to reduce the amount of movement in the building, as well as make sure that we know where kids are and who they are in touch with. Can you advance the slide, Casey, please? Thank you. Of course, 6 feet whenever possible, whenever feasible. We will have our students and staff 6 feet apart. As long as it is at a minimum of 3 feet with face mask, we're still within guidelines. And so we're going to combine those safety measures as well. I talked about the breaks that we will allow. All the desks have to be facing in the same direction. So we're going to pull apart our pods that you may have been used to. One of the pedagogies we used to use was that pods facing each other. Now all desks will be facing the same way to keep things safe. Every building will have an alternative space. We're going to go through each classroom. We're looking at the list right now to measure the classrooms to see how many bodies we can have in each classroom that will allow for the 3 feet distance, giving every child that amount of space. Matt Gillis is already on that a lot, and also developing a list of alternative spaces. What are other spaces for the classrooms that are too small? What are other spaces we can use to meet? Another guideline, I didn't put the bullet point here, but I think it's really important for you to realize is that the guideline is also suggesting to us that we have lunch and breakfast in our classrooms for K through 12. They're encouraging us to have lunch in classrooms for all grade levels. And if that's possible, then maybe we need to rethink about using that cafeteria as different swing space for possible other places to have classrooms. The biggest question or challenge right now that we're trying to answer in regards to space is how many of our classrooms have the appropriate furniture to allow for that. There are various grade levels that we have to rethink this through, especially if we look at Ridley, and most of their classrooms right now have tables where there are 2 and 3 students at a table. And so we're trying to go through every piece of furniture, every classroom, and figure that out. And we'll have a list because we'll need to report all of this to DESE early August. So we should know this. We're in the process of getting that information. And then of course, we're going to have assigned seating so that every child knows their area and we keep that as safe as possible. So those are that's an overview of the major things we're thinking through in accordance with guidelines so that we are operating as safely as possible. I don't know if you would like to do questions now or keep going. I think Dr. Gittens is up next.
Yep.
Helen?
Sorry, I have one question. The one thing that, I mean, all of these make sense.
Mhm.
The all facing the same direction is so counter to the way that we have school in Brookline,
Yeah,
and so counter to everything that's good about pedagogy.
yeah.
It would seem to me that we could find a way to make a circle at least and 3 feet between the kids, teacher being able to go through the middle 3 feet away and accomplish the same thing than to do everybody in rows like they used to do when I went to school.
Right. Yeah. When I read that, I think I had the gut reaction that you're having right now, Helen, like, oh, wait a minute. We are more collaborative. We understand the importance of collaboration and we want to build community and having the pods and learning from each other. I completely agree with you in the worthiness of that, of the pedagogy. But the health science is telling us if we can keep breathing in one direction, then we're in a good place. We haven't ruled it out. We actually still don't know how much locally we have control over the guidelines that DESE sends out. And so I can't answer that for you. I can only say that I too have that same reaction. It is something we're thinking about, and it hasn't been.
Well, it may be something that we need to push back on through MASC and through other forums, because I mean, unless there's a critical health, and maybe the healthcare group can speak to that when you guys meet. We need the science to sort of inform it, but once it does, I'm willing to go to bat to change that, because I just don't think it's a good way to teach.
That you're right. Maybe that is a question we can send to our panel of advisors as well on this. Great.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions before we move to curriculum and instruction?
Andy.
Hi. Yeah, I'm just wondering that in going through all the spaces and all the buildings, are we also looking at ventilation as we go along, just checking for any spaces where the ventilation could be improved? it's not something I think it's specifically in the DESI guidelines, but I think there are a lot of issues in some of our buildings already.
So you're right, it hasn't been mentioned in the DESI guidelines. I have not asked that question specifically to Matt, but I see you're on the call, Matt, and I wonder if you'd like to speak to ventilation, and if not, is something we can definitely defer back to.
Yeah, well, that's not something that we were looking at specifically in regards to COVID. I know that preventative maintenance was done this spring, and some of our buildings have a displaced air system that's pretty well filtered, some of the newer buildings. And so we don't open the windows as much. If we are going to open the windows, we have to let the town facilities department know so we can manage that so the system doesn't overwork, trying to compensate for the outside air that's coming in. I'm not too sure we can change the HVAC systems or the air ventilation systems in the system before school starts, other than some repairs if they need to be made. And I know filters have been changed out. I don't know if that helps you feel any more confident or better at this point, Andy, but that's kind of where we were at.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to be sure that there will be some kind of systematic survey of all the spaces, to identify trouble spots and, just see where we can improve the ventilation if at all possible. Just the way they're doing for furniture. I think maybe we should also be doing it for airflow.
Well, I can certainly talk to facilities and ask them for if they have any recent reports on when things were last checked. But I know we haven't really done that, although we hear it pretty quickly when there is not proper ventilation in a space. Like when the air isn't moving, we hear about it. And the spaces that don't have air conditioning or displaced air, we also hear about that as well, especially if their windows in some of the older buildings don't open right away. So I know we've been addressing that in a variety of schools since I've been here, to make sure that the windows open if they haven't been given conditioned air in a particular space. So I believe we're in pretty good shape, but with the 1.6 million square feet or so that we have, I can definitely ask to make sure that that's being checked.
Thank you.
And I would just add, Matt, great comments, but it may add to Khalees's list in terms of the amount of funds it will take to go by the guidelines. There is some mention of the routine changing of air filters and monitoring that very closely, and the windows that don't open. That may incur an additional cost, and so we should include that with Khalees as it goes back to the state. The commissioner has asked for extraordinary costs. But thank you.
Okay.
Well, I might add, if I could add to Andy's, that perhaps we do need to take a look at ventilation. I mean, oftentimes teachers bring in fans into their rooms. I don't know if that's helpful or not helpful in this situation. So I think some do's and don'ts around ventilation would be actually very helpful to think about in the classrooms.
Well, that's a good idea. That's a good suggestion.
Can I raise my hand? This is Sharon speaking.
Yeah, go ahead, Sharon.
I think one issue that's gone widely noticed as being missing in the DESI guidelines is the question of testing and surveillance, like ongoing surveillance in the schools among different categories of individuals, staff, students, etc. This has been receiving, well, I'm not actually sure if we will be addressing this further tonight. I hope that we will be, but there's been a lot of work that's been done by Advisory Panel 4 to propose multiple scenarios to facilitate testing in Brookline in order to enable us to have a way to understand whether or not there is active asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic transmission taking place. And there's really good justifications for doing so. So I think I have two questions related to this, specifically to this testing question. My first question is, at this time, is the administration open to exploring measures to address COVID that aren't being specifically addressed in the DESE guidelines, like testing? And second of all, what discussions have happened around testing, and what have those discussions consisted of?
So Jim, if you don't mind, if I can jump in.
Yeah.
It's Casey. Sharon, thanks for your questions. So the DESE guidelines do address COVID testing in schools, and they do not recommend in-school testing, which doesn't mean that we wouldn't be open to considering providing testing. And one conversation that Trisha Laham and I did have, that she brought to me after some meetings with her counterparts in the other districts, was gaining access to, I don't remember the exact terminology for this, but essentially identifying rapid testing sites within Brookline that we could funnel teachers and students and families toward. I don't know exactly what that would look like, and maybe that's some of the work that you said that the expert panelists are maybe talking about and planning for in terms of recommendations.
Yes, and I think that we need to connect that as soon as possible, because several of the members of the expert panels are now being asked to provide exactly the same guidance that they provided to us to the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents. So I think that we probably can be moving. One thing to keep in mind is that time is very much of an issue with this. We need to kind of plan for this sooner rather than later. So there's a lot of interest, especially on panel 4, around starting to move forward with that.
Okay, and later on we'll talk. I have a few slides tonight that will get at family surveys. I do wonder if that's a question that we should put in there in terms of families' level of comfort to being tested, having their students being tested. Any other questions?
All right.
I have a question. I have a couple of questions. One is I just want to third this issue of ventilation. And then I have a question about how there's this new sort of this new issue, which I think it was it Khalees who alluded to this earlier, about the basically the rules changing, where we're now putting like 3 feet is now the minimum distance. And so Matt is looking at the calculations for what that means for each classroom. Mm-hmm. And my question is, how is the 3 feet guideline being translated into a classroom? Are you saying that a certain number of square feet per child, or how are you doing that, knowing that children don't travel on reliable geometries through a space, right? So what does that look like in an actual classroom? And what you think about what I think Lexington did in their draft guidance, which was to say, although 3 feet is the minimum, they're still going with 6 feet, in part because everywhere else is 6 feet. And so why everywhere else should be 6 feet while schools are with small children is 3 feet is possibly confusing and inconsistent. And so that's one question I have, is about the 3 feet and 6 feet and what that looks like in practice in terms of square footage, or how that's being done. Because I think that it leads to this sort of possibly this like effort to squeeze as many children in as possible, because that's what the guidelines say, but there's also the trade-off of safety. So I'm just curious about that.
So I think, Matt, if we can kind of tag team this question, I think a couple of things, right? My first thought as I read it is similar to yours, Mariah. I thought, we're going to give kids hula hoops and you cannot move out of your circle, right? If only, on one hand. But we know the nature of children, and that's not realistic. And on some level, that's not even mentally healthy for them. You're right in that the guidelines for schools are saying 6 feet where it's feasible. When it's not feasible, it's okay to do 3 feet as long as it's also that kids are also wearing their mask at all times. And so if that is, and I'm going to assume, I have to assume that there are those that are above my pay grade that are medical professionals that have said we're okay and it's safe to do it that way. Assuming that, I know that Matt is looking at the square footage of each classroom, dividing that by the number of bodies that can fit into that with 3 feet, giving each child 3 feet. Am I correct in your understanding of that, Matt, or is the math different? Am I wrong to say that my math is
No,
different?
I did it 2 ways. I did it for 6 feet of social distancing, and I did it for 3 feet of social distancing. And, you know, in the classrooms that were pretty much over 725 square feet, we were, 26 students and up. So, your standard classroom of 900 square feet, built for 30 students would be about 30 square feet per kid. You know, we have a lower standard than that, and they're typically built for 24 kids, so about 42 square feet per kid. So most of the rooms that we're in, we're there, and some might be a little bit on the closer edge of the low 20s, or the high teens, and at the 6 foot mark, and that's just something we would have to make an adjustment for. And I've already done the Lawrence School. I just haven't finished the other K-8s, and I have the square footage for all the buildings except for the 115 Greeno Street, in the UAB. We never inventoried that space. Mostly the inventory came about the need for having a 9th school. So, but the reality is we can comply with the guidance, and the real key is mostly wearing the mask in addition to the social distancing. Those 2 things are what seem to have brought the counts down in Massachusetts, starting with a couple of weeks after the governor's proclamation to wear masks. And Brookline was already a little bit ahead of that. The town Board of Health required it about 2 weeks before the governor.
So
Can I push back or just ask more questions about this? Because having been involved with this at my job, you couldn't use a straight sort of 36 square feet per child calculation because of things like furniture and things like that, which obviously impede the flow around the classroom and also take up their own floor space. So if you have, for example, a classroom that is 30% occupied with desks, then you have to count that into your calculation. So I guess I'm just wondering about if you're looking at that kind of thing as well. And
so I did look at that. I used the 3.5 feet around the perimeter for like egress space, and to account for any built-ins, as well as space for a teacher desk and some teaching wall space. So I sort of did my own, and then the state came out with like a template that you could plug things in, and so I used that as well.
thank you.
I'm fine with like sharing that information with folks if they want it.
That would be interesting if you'd be willing to share it. I'd love to see that.
Okay.
Thanks, Matt.
Sharon, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I have to say, I'm a little confused. It's unclear to me at this point whether or not we are still considering cohorting, which was something that was previously presented during the June meeting. The idea that there would be an A cohort and a B cohort, possibly. And, it's unclear to me from the language that's being used about whether or not the idea is that the 3 foot spacing limit obviates the need for cohorting. And we're thinking that we're going to be pursuing essentially universal participation full time. Or if we are still thinking about cohorting and we're just thinking about a 3 foot versus 6 foot split in the context of cohorting. I don't know if that's going to be coming up in Nicole's presentation. But I think that there's real questions around. I think that we're just talking about two fundamentally different models, whether about like in terms of whether or not we're planning for cohorting or we're just not, right? And that has substantial implications for almost how you do everything else. And it seems to me to be directly tied to this number of square feet per child issue. So that's question one. The second question that I have is, what is the current expectations for the frequencies with which the school buildings and the school classrooms will need to be sanitized?
So two things, your second question, the frequency of which buildings will need to be sanitized, it's a question we're of course thinking of. I want to assure you of that, but I can't answer that until, like, there are so many other questions we have to answer. Are we using our buildings for after school programming? If so, what are they? Like, there are just other things that will help us, that will have to inform the frequency of which, the size of the classrooms. Are we doing the 3 feet or are we doing the 6 feet? Are we doing full day? 3 days a week? Like, those questions have to be answered before we can develop a schedule of when we're going to sanitize and how often we sanitize. The guidelines, to speak to your first question, the guidelines did mention cohorting, saying that they recommend that kids are travel as a cohort when they are in the building. That regardless of if we do 6 feet or 3 feet.
I'm sorry, I want to clarify what I mean by cohort.
Yes,
I understand
please.
what you're saying about cohorting inside the building, keeping a class together for all activities, et cetera, right? And limiting the number of contacts that they have, limiting mixing essentially. I think that the question that I have is about cohorting town-wide, right? Like breaking up a school into an A group and a B group with one, with one group on for half of a week or a whole week and another group working remotely for half of a week or a whole week.
Yeah.
So I'd like to take that question if I may. So last week I was supposed to be part of a group with some DESE deputy commissioners in regards to reopening school. And before we met, I had a discussion with one of them, and the topic came up is specifically my question in regards to cohorting and how we would go half on, half off type thing, and that I was requesting a little bit of more direct guidance from the state, because if it's left open to local control, and Brookline decides to go 1 week on, 1 week off, and Newton decides to go every other day, and Cambridge decides to go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then have a half day that way, and another town decides to do K through 4 is in all the time, but 5 through 8 is half on, half off. That becomes a logistical problem for our staff, because about 1/3 to half of the teaching staff in any school system have school-aged children that will need some daycare, and their parents could be at work. So I said, I would like to see the state recommend the cohort be the same for everybody, so that the daycare businesses could make adjustments and find a way to make it work. If everybody's doing something different, it's very hard for the daycares to catch up with us. The state needs to take the lead on this one and say, this is the way we strongly recommend or require that you do it, or you go the other route. So needless to say, they canceled the meeting because maybe they weren't ready to make a decision yet, or maybe they canceled it for another reason. I don't know, but I'll be asking to follow up on that. So I do think we need two plans, but we need to have the same plan that works for our staff and our families, because not everybody's 100%, live, work, and attend school in Brookline, and we need to be able to do this together. And this is one of those areas where we need the state to be a little more specific on. To your second question about cleaning and sanitizing. So if we're going to be eating lunch in the classrooms, we've done that before.
Matt, your sound went out. He hit the button.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I was talking too much. I talked it right into a mute. We will be, we've had lunch in the classroom before, and we do have the students, wipe down their desks, wash their hands, wipe down their desks before and after they eat, just to control allergens as well as sanitizing. Although back then we weren't as concerned with sanitizing it as maybe we are now. Using the other spaces, whether it be the multi-purpose room, the gym, the cafeteria, it's going to be hard not to have those large spaces and not use them in some capacity during the day. I think from a practical application, everybody understands that having kids from ages 5 through 17 come in and kind of stay in the same room for 6.5 hours is not very feasible. Like the kids are going to have to move a little bit somewhere at some time. There'll be a lot less movement, I expect, but I can't imagine the kids are going to come and sit still for the day. That's just me.
Matt, the DESE guidelines also mentioned that the school district should be actively looking elsewhere in the district to find additional space. Is that something like libraries, for example? Is that something that that we're pursuing?
So you mean like the town libraries?
Town libraries, I don't know, theaters. I don't recall what, I just recall that the list that was included in the guidance included libraries, other kinds of public spaces.
So if those other spaces are open to the public, that creates a challenge for us security wise. If they're not open to the public, and we get to phase 4 in the summer, then everything kind of will be open. Even movie theaters, they're probably not used too much during the day, but then there's a travel time going back and forth. Because I can't imagine somebody wants to, I'll just use the Coolidge Quarter Theater, which is a very nice place, but I can't imagine that being the classroom for the day for a certain cohort. But, if that's what we have to do, or if that's an option people really want to pursue, I suppose we could look into that. But it seems more practical that we stay within our walls.
There's also been some very good suggestions about the idea of shutting down public streets, like side streets, in order to create public space to extend the official. Is that an option that we can pursue with the transportation?
I think that's something we could ask for. That's wouldn't be unique to Brookline to increase a little space for recess, whether it's a suburban or an urban community. There's streets that sort of shut down for an hour and a half, and the community just learns to accept it and deal with it a little bit, just the same way they try to avoid being behind a school bus during school rush hour traffic. They just learn to go somewhere differently when and where they can. What matters is how many residential neighbors you have that you're interrupting. For example, where I went to middle school, we were next to a church, so we really weren't bothering anybody, and it was easy to take over the street to expand the recess space.
Okay, I think we'll move on and then have more questions. So Dr. Gittens, are you up next? Are you done, Dr. Warnham, or no?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so one of the things that we want to really make clear is that principals will continue to run their buildings, support the immediate needs of all staff and students as they normally would. Principals will make sure that teachers have access to all materials and make the necessary connections for teachers and students. Beyond that, we are looking at a plan, and the student-focused plan is around attendance, that when school is open, however it is open, there'll be an expectation that students are attending, or that families have an alternative plan, as we expect families to do now. We would expect work to be graded, for work to be submitted and students to receive feedback and grades for their work. And these things are being spelled out because when we closed initially, we didn't necessarily have really clear guidelines or expectations around those things. So these are the areas that we are focusing on just to make sure that there's clarity for families. And then one of the other areas that we're working on in our plan for students is mindful use of screen time, and really thinking about different ways that students can engage in learning. How do we get materials in hand for students? These are some real core pieces of the work that we are thinking about for students during for next school year. We really want to make sure that there is some very clear messaging for families and for students, and so that there's no confusion. There were some more details that we'll be working on, and we've talked about these before, the platforms that will be available, what curriculum we're working on, what are the learning expectations by grade level, what materials do we provide for families. But the underpinnings of these are just making sure that the messaging is clear for families. Next slide, Casey. Some of the work that's happening with teachers right now, the summer work is creation of lessons and units under the leadership of the curriculum coordinators. They'll be working with a self-selected group of teachers who enroll to work on the creation of units as connected to the state standards in a more narrowed and focused curriculum, so that recognizing we may not have a full year to cover content, we would like to be able to hone in on very specific expectations. That was loud and clear when I met with the expert panel last week, and really just making sure that there is a level of consistency across the district. That doesn't mean lockstep. That doesn't mean teachers don't have autonomy to teach how they normally would, or how they, add their own flair to the classroom, but that we are making sure that teachers are teaching very specific things that can be built upon for subsequent school years. We're also going to have training that's coordinated by our PD director, Michelle Herman, and she'll talk more about what PD opportunities are happening this summer and into the fall. But we are having twofold: creation of lessons and units, as well as training opportunities for people to improve their skills in remote learning, how to really look at making sure that that lessons are meeting student needs and helping students build skills. And then there's also right now opportunities for teachers to submit their own RFPs to run PD sessions themselves. So for those teachers who are really experiencing success, building that and creating an opportunity for them to share those skills and the work that they did during last year's closure to support. We really are looking at making sure that there is a consistent curriculum so that teachers can be supported throughout the year. And so we're looking specifically at providing training and using time that exists now, and really trying to think about what other time we can free teachers up to have PD opportunities and to continue to learn. This in the spring, we did have drop-in hours, office hours. The coordinators had those. Literacy coaches, literacy specialists, math coaches provided times and Zoom meeting times for teachers to come in and get just-in-time PD if they need support with a particular lesson or a unit. And so that really showed a lot of promise in the spring. And so we will continue to have those offerings show up in the fall and before school starts. And then we'll really be looking at identifying other times to work with and collaborate with teachers to build the strength of our force in this, whether hybrid, in person, with new mandates, with new health mandates. How do we make sure that instruction and student learning stays at the core as we try to address all of the other needs that that will surface in the different ways that teachers will need to be engaged. I think one of the things that we are really trying to make sure we do better and differently this year is really thinking through the planning, thinking through how do we use the time that we do have to work with teachers. And Michelle, who is going to present on professional development, will talk a little bit more about that and get into the more details of what PD looks like. We have, really struggled to find a consistent time to be able to have access to teachers across the district at different grade levels. And so we're really working on building more opportunities for collaboration and what that would take to make that happen for students this year. And so these are just really some high level areas that we're working on. Yesterday, notification went out to staff, to all educators, so that they know that there's access, they have a calendar, they have access to sign up for professional development, to sign up to work with coordinators. And so that work is beginning now, next week, and will continue throughout the summer. That's pretty much it for, and of course, and we talked about this before, but really trying to make sure that the work, the curriculum, the instructional practices are really able to be fluid. So if we are closed, students and teachers are not feeling like they have to reset every time we're closed. Like, we will continue to use online platforms in and out of school. Sharon asked about this earlier about, what would a cohorted model look like if we do have A, B, what would that look like? And so we're waiting to hear more from the state, but we do imagine that there would be some times where teachers would be able to have students in person, and also while students are working independently in the classroom, depending on the age groups, and working with paras to support those students who may be at home if we end up in that model. But I think we need so much more guidance and clarity from the state around whether or not what that would actually look like. And I'm not quite sure, and just, in conversations with Matt and hearing what he said today, how the state is going to come down on whether or not we would have those kind of on-off models. So I think that's pretty much it for me. We'll talk more about professional development in the segment that Michelle will speak on shortly.
Okay, so let's keep going, and then we'll have lots of questions, I'm sure.
Okay, will do. The next section we will be diving into is surveys. So the last time we presented, we spoke to the need for our staff and administration to be prepared for the fall to meet the mental health needs of both our students and the adults in the buildings. And in order to do this, we need to have a picture of where individuals are so that our practices in reopening our buildings are informed and sensitive to these needs. We will go into specifically the different surveys that we're looking at. Erin Cooley will jump in, but right before she speaks, I just want to talk a bit about specifically from families, what we really need is two buckets of information. One is we need to know what their thinking is around sending their children to school in the fall, where we're sort of operating right now with potentially conflicting pieces of information. One is the push from DESE to provide a comprehensive plan to bring as many students as possible back in, but we really need to assess the reality and find out from families just how many are actually willing to send their students back. At the same time, we also want to know what the concerns are that families have, and then from the students, we can better understand what their concerns are to inform what their social emotional needs are. Erin, I'll kick it to you to begin talking about the family survey.
Great, thanks, Casey. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, as Casey mentioned, the 3 different surveys that we've been working on, and really the intention behind it and what we hope to gather from the constituents or participants answering the survey items. So starting with the family survey, Casey alluded to a lot of these points on the slide. We really want to get the parent guardian perspective on student well-being and their social emotional needs over the last couple of months. And as they think about leading into the next school year. Parent guardian preference on student learning model for the fall. So we talked about the commissioner recommending we plan for a full in-person, a hybrid, and a full remote type of learning model. So we really want to get some understanding from families what their preference would be. In addition, if we chose a specific model or when we choose a specific model, would families actually send their child? So that will help us think about enrollment planning and spacing in classrooms, similar to what Matt was discussing a little bit earlier. The second to last bullet point there talks about who might need a device, technology access, or other technical support if we do adopt some form of remote learning. We do have that information from when we started remote learning back in March, but obviously we have new students coming in, students moving out, and so we would need to survey our families again to make sure we have an accurate count for that. And then finally, who might need food assistance or other essential services that schools would provide, thinking specifically about students on an IEP who might need different supports than what they're getting at home. Great. The staff survey is next, Casey. Great. So in thinking about our staff survey, and the last time I spoke to all of you about a survey, I think Andy, you had asked me whether or not we intend to survey our staff. And so obviously the answer is yes, and we're working on that now. And similar, we want to get a sense of the social emotional well-being of staff. Obviously they've experienced this as well, not just students. And so checking in, on their social emotional well-being, preparing for the return of school. So what their communication needs will be through the month of July and August as we really start planning for what school is going to look like in September. Staff reflections on remote learning, how it went, how they feel it went for them, what are some challenges and bright spots that they can share with us, what worked, what was challenging for them. Instructional preferences in the 3 learning models. So full in-person, hybrid, fully remote, thinking about, if we have to do some sort of hybrid, would remote learning be more preferable in the morning, in the afternoon? Those are the type of questions we're thinking about there. What their professional needs might be, thinking about professional development, what they might need for technology, what they would need to feel safe in order to come into the buildings. Those are the questions we're thinking about in that bullet. And then how they think students might need support if we come back to school, or if we don't, if we're in some form of remote learning, and what type of engagement they saw in students during remote learning, and what we might need to do to increase that engagement moving forward. And then finally, thinking about our student survey. Again, the health and well-being we put at the top as a top priority in each of these survey areas. student feedback on the 3 learning model. So, you know, what is their learning style? Do they feel like they can learn best in, or they can learn in the fully remote model, or fully in person if they have to stay in the classroom? Those are the types of questions we're thinking about there. Their own perspective on remote learning, how it went for them. Obviously, some of these questions might be better answered by students in secondary, maybe 6 through higher, in terms of how much feedback they can give us. Understanding of their daily habits. So when we were on remote learning, you know, did they wake up at a certain time every day? Did they have a structure to their day? And then finally, their social emotional competencies. Casey talked a little bit about SEL specific surveys for students, and she's going to talk a little bit more about what her and her team have planned in that area.
May I ask a question? This is Sharon speaking.
Sure.
So the expert advisory panels, all 4 of them each have an interest in asking some survey related questions of both teachers and families. I've had this discussion with the co-chair of the remote learning task force, and we think that we would like to recommend to the committee that the expert advisory panels be given the opportunity to choose each panel be given an opportunity to select a small number of questions to include in each of the surveys that are being distributed to avoid any kind of a duplication of effort. Is that something that we can work towards? And if so, what would be the time frame for that?
I can talk a little bit about time frame. So for the family survey, we're hoping to get that out in the next week, especially when we're thinking about making schedules for the high school. It's really important for us to gather the information around how many students, if we were to go full in school, would be planning on attending in person. So it's kind of a quick turnaround, but I'm happy to share the items and get feedback. Or if you want to share the items that the panel wants to add, we can make sure there's not duplication there. I don't know if
So that's fine. Thank you. I would just like to note that I actually sent an email to with regard to this matter several weeks ago, and we didn't receive any feedback. So if we actually could try to stitch this together, it's going to be like it's Tuesday before you're planning on sending out your first set of surveys, and I think that it's going to be tough to facilitate a turnaround, but we certainly can try to do so. I do think it's really important that we try to streamline our survey process in order to avoid, frankly, looking chaotic and also overburdening our families with like too many surveys and too many questionnaires. But we also need to enable all of the stakeholders who are trying to work towards planning for the district to do what they have to do. So I would really like it if we could try to figure out what the time frame is going to look like, the number of questions that we can propose for each advisory panel. There's a good chance that you may already have relevant questions, so they may not be necessary. Give them a chance to kind of come back and come up with others. But the challenge that we're dealing with also is that these panels are working under open meeting law constraints. And so they're somewhat limited by the need to, be having some of these discussions in the context of deliberation. And so this is challenging for sure.
Can I just add a comment? Can you hear me?
Yep.
No. I just want to say I appreciate the effort to get the questions asked. We should get those questions immediately, because we're on a short time frame for the surveys, and to include the questions that are appropriate. If we can have some communication that goes on, so that if we include questions, that we were not at cross purposes here, that the surveys aren't trying to serve 2 different points and then it will confuse people. So how soon we can do this offline, but we can connect with the panels to actually see the questions, and then we can accelerate our timing around that, so we can not delay getting it out and not have a survey that seems to go in two different directions, which create another level of confusion. So I think if we offline have some conversations about how we can include and keep our focus, then let's do it. So I'm going to make a note. Erin, why don't you and I meet tomorrow, then we can connect with the panels and see how that works. That work for you?
Yep, that's great.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Thank you.
Great. So I'm going to keep going here.
So I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Suzanne, are we taking questions as we go, or are we waiting till the end? Because I heard you say we're waiting till the end, and I've got a lot of questions that I'm holding on. So do you want me to keep holding on them, or are we going unit by unit?
Yeah, no, I kind of want us to hold them so we can get through this, and then
okay.
And then because it's a little hard to see who has questions when we've got this in our screen, and that way we can kind of keep track of who's spoken and who hasn't had a chance yet. So if we could just get through the conversation, write down your questions so we can go back and answer as many as we can.
Great, thanks, Suzanne. So I had mentioned this back in June too, but want to stress that it's important that in our SEL survey that we look at anxiety, potential school avoidance, and trauma, so that we know the different types of trauma-informed practices that we will have to employ when we do open schools in whichever format. And important also to stress that this is from BEEP all the way through high school. So undoubtedly, there are questions, of course, on how this will all get funded, because of course there are implications for additional funding for planning work. We talked about this last time. Our 3 planning groups ended when the school year ended, and for any summer work for folks, we would have to compensate them for their time. And then for next year, of course, there may be staffing implications, and for sure implications for materials. And so listed here are some funding sources. So the state is making available additional funding available directly to districts to support reopening to date. These are the federal grants that have been available for educational expenses related to COVID. For that last sub-bullet there, with the additional $225 per pupil, that was announced. What we don't know yet, which we'll find out tomorrow during a call with DESE, is what number they are using to multiply that by, in terms of how many pupils are in Brookline. It may be our October 1 count. If that is the case, Mary Ellen, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we would predict an additional $1.5 to $1.7 million. So I'm going to head over to our next steps in terms of what to expect from central office. We will be reconstituting those planning groups that Dr. Marini mentioned. We will continue our work with the Joint Labor Management Committee, so that again, we're planning collaboratively. We will continue to build out the in-person and the hybrid learning models. This doesn't mean that we stop work on the fully remote, but we do feel like we have much of that infrastructure there. We'll focus on the teaching and learning pieces. We have to build more in terms of supporting our subpopulations. Matt and Khalees talked a bit to what the next steps are in terms of facilities and how we implement the new health and safety protocols. There's obviously transportation questions that have to be answered, and staffing. And then last but certainly not least is a communication plan. So this is really for the next update. What exactly the month of July will look like in terms of how we will communicate updates, not just to the committee, but to the school community at large. That's the end, Suzanne. I'll stop sharing so that you can see everybody and take questions.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, we have about 45 minutes scheduled for a conversation about this. We don't have to take it all, of course, but what I would like to suggest is that you ask one or two questions and then let somebody else have a chance to ask their questions. And then once everybody's had a chance to speak or share a comment or ask questions, then we can start again. So just keep that in mind, that we've got 9 of us that all have questions and comments and thoughts. And, let's see who wants to start, but try to, again, limit it to maybe 2 questions at a time, let everybody have a chance to speak, and then we can circle around and go again. Who would like to lead off? Barbara. Barbara, go ahead.
Yeah. This is just the last, made me begin to think, and it was about, the last item was about communication. And what I have noticed is that the website that we have is okay in certain respects, but I don't think it is as easy to navigate as it should be. It seems to me, in a situation like this, where everybody does some of their communication on Facebook, etc., we need to think about making direct communications from the school very clear on the internet. And I would hope that some of the people who are computer people will look at the school's website and even the town website, because to find the school's website from the town website is another problem. And I think if we could have something up there that was very clear, that parents in particular could look at and see what was going on, it would be helpful for all of us. I don't know how easy that is to do. It's kind of a big overtaking, but I think it's difficult for a lot of people to navigate into what is on our website now, and I'd like to see something clearer.
Thanks, Barbara. I took note of that.
Who else would like to speak? Have questions? Susan, go ahead.
Great. So let me just first of all say thank you so much to Khalees and Casey and Nicole. You guys have just done so much with Erin. You've done so much work to advance this. So I know there's a lot going on in our personal lives and in the world and professionally. So a lot of transitions. So just thank you. Lots of great advancement here. I had a couple questions. One comment about DESE first. DESE is trying to balance a lot of different considerations, and they're trying to make a set of guidance that works for 350 towns and municipalities across the state. So I guess I want to make sure that we are heeding their restrictions and their mandates, but we're also understanding why they're recommending certain things, and that we are actually thinking for ourselves as to whether or not we agree with some of the guidance that is not mandated. So I'm not suggesting we go rogue, but I am suggesting that a number of things in there may or may not be designed for a community like Brookline. They needed to kind of, go straight across the plate. So I just want us to be quite thoughtful about what is mandated versus what is guidance and why it's guidance, and really think hard about how we would do it here. That's my first comment. I think people just kind of keep saying, well, we're going to wait for Jeff Riley to kind of set us free. And I want to make sure we're not falling into that trap. Poor Jeff has enough on his plate. The second thing I would say is that we're going to have a lot of parents who don't feel comfortable sending their kids, and that's going to change over time. Their comfort level is going to change over time. So I would put almost less than 50-50 chance that whatever I tell the district as a parent right now, will I promise to also think sometime after Labor Day, once a whole lot of other things are going on. So I guess I would just caution us against over-indexing to how people think they might respond to a situation that they don't understand and we don't have information on right now. It doesn't mean we shouldn't ask them, but I really want to be thoughtful about what it means if a parent doesn't feel comfortable at any point in time, or their child is quarantined for 2 weeks at any point in time, or an entire building is shut down for 2 weeks at any point in time. I don't think it doesn't matter what they say now, because it does. but there are so many other factors that are going to influence education and what education is going to look like, and whether a parent currently feels comfortable with 3 feet, which, by the way, people are still wrapping their heads around because we've been hearing 6 feet for such a long time. Maybe after 2 more months of hearing 3 feet, people will be comfortable with 3 feet. So again, I would say the same thing is true about experiences with distance learning, because if we say to them, can you imagine doing a fully remote model, and all they have is the last 3 months, I think no one would say that, no one would say that that's right, because we didn't have consistent platforms. We didn't. So I guess I would just be really thoughtful about what these questions are asking, what we hope to do with the information, and not just ask the question because it sounds like the right question to ask, but really be thoughtful. If we had information on this question, what would we do with it? What decision would it inform? How durable? How much do we believe that information? Because frankly, I wouldn't believe a lot of stuff that I say right now, because again, it might change in 2 months. I think the other thing just on the survey is that we have not provided back any meaningful response to folks as to what we did with the survey information they gave us at the end of the last school year. So I've been getting a lot of questions, as has Sharon and other people, of like, well, what did you do with all that data? What did we learn? What are we doing differently? So I think it's just really important to go back through those questions and make sure that we are able to show folks that that we learned something from that, and whatever it is, I trust you guys on that. We really need to do that, because I think for whatever reason, kind of bar charts didn't quite scratch the itch. It was like, what did we learn? That's what we kept telling people. It was about learning. And then the last thing I'll say on this piece in particular is that, you know, we really do need to have something that is a durable, sort of a flexible enough system that we can, and I think, Nicole, you mentioned this, sort of move on a dime to a different system, and or have a completely equitable experience for children who are, for whatever reason, immunocompromised or quarantined or whatever it is, are at home. They can't just get blizzard bags, right? They need to have a full, robust education, especially if it's going to be for multiple weeks. So I guess all I would say with this is that, like, I want to be really thoughtful about the scenarios and what would trigger them, and really make sure that we are planning for a situation that we are likely to face, and not sort of hypothetical scenarios that we may or may not face. So I'll just leave it there and just say, again, thank you. This is such a hard thing to do. I so much empathy, you know, and admiration. So thank you.
Next, who else would like to say something or ask a question? David?
Following up on something that Susan just mentioned, for students who decide that or for families that decide that they're not comfortable sending their students back into the buildings, what is the current plan for educational delivery services?
Does someone want to add to that? Or?
I can take that. I think we will have some teachers who will also be in that situation, as far as immunocompromised, unable to come into work. And for those students, we have to provide education for them now. There are many students who are unable to come to school as it is, and we do have to provide education for them, and that will continue. How that happens will likely be, you know, some form of cohort of teachers who are unable to return to work, and students who are unable to return to work, and really trying to figure out what that looks like. It may be that it's not school specific, but it might be grade wise. We'd have to figure out the numbers of people who are in that category, and try to make some determinations then.
And then also another question that's related: who's going to have the final say in terms of whether a student can withdraw from being in the building? Are parents going to have ultimate discretion there? Is it going to be a joint decision? Is it ultimately up to the school department?
My screen's frozen. I don't know if people can hear me.
I still hear you.
We can hear you. You're not moving.
I think what you said was who makes the final decision when a family says their child can't be in school.
Right.
We don't have an answer to that yet. I do think we need to figure out what a consistent process would be. The same way, when students are unable to be in school because of illness, there's a process that we go through in order for them to get home tutoring, et cetera. I think something like that would have to be implemented as well. I think one of the things that's important is that we create a school environment, and so we don't have, in a normal school environment, as normal as we possibly can, we don't have kids coming in and out like, I'm here this week, I'm not here, unless there's some significant health issues. And so we just want to be mindful of that, that there's a process and people don't just say, today I'm going to school, next week I'm not, tomorrow maybe. We want to have some kind of system in place.
Helen, Mariah, Andy, Sharon.
I have a question for Nicole. So just to build on what David's saying, I think what I'm trying to understand is, it said that you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that children who were not going to be participating in school were going to have some kind of a plan. I think that there needs to be more clarity around this. I don't know if the district is thinking anymore about having an online academy, and if that is going to be the plan for children who cannot or do not participate, or whose parents choose for them not to participate in school. I also don't understand if what you're suggesting is that, families be required to come up with long-term or short-term or part-time homeschooling plans, which is a very different set of, considerations. So I'm wondering if you can say more about what you need when you say that families are going to need to have some kind of a plan.
I can tell you that we have had an uptick in the number of homeschool applications that have come in to the Office of Teaching and Learning. And so people are making those decisions themselves right now. I think we will have to, for those families who are unable to, we do have to have a plan for those families who are unable to send their children to school and also unable to homeschool them. And I think we just have to be able to put some qualifiers in place, but that decision hasn't been made.
Do you have specific numbers on the number of homeschooling applications we've received today?
I don't, but I can get that number to Robin and she can share it out with the committee.
Thank you. Helen, did you have something or?
Yes. So I'm a little confused. In your presentation, you talked about concentrating on hybrid and in-school learning, but not on remote learning. Was that purposeful? And if so, what do we do if we have a 2-week hiatus where everybody has to stay home, or, the whole district's been exposed? I don't know, some sort of thing like that. I guess I'm a little concerned that we don't. Remote learning was a problem to begin with, and I'm not sure where we are with it now, if we've improved that much that it's okay to do what we were doing going forward, or we need to do more to make it better.
So sure. So when
Let me
I
just finish the thought.
sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but especially considering that there may be a number of kids who stay home, whose parents can't and even shouldn't be doing teaching. We should be providing the teaching. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So we are planning for the 3 different models: a fully remote, a hybrid, and then an on-site. Everybody, as many as possible, come back in. Mm-hmm. So we are still doing the work of planning a more robust remote learning program. As you mentioned before, we did our best, but it wasn't our best. So it can certainly be improved for the fall, but we hadn't done as much thinking about what it would take to bring as many kids back now with DESE's requirement that we submit a comprehensive plan to them for what it would take. And so a lot of that brain power is going towards a fully in model and the hybrid, now that we have the new health and safety protocols, but that doesn't mean that the work stops on the remote learning piece. We're just prioritizing this part of that spectrum for the month of July, but not that the remote piece is being ignored.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
If I could also.
We also, just to add on to that, we also are, from the curricular perspective and the professional development and that kind of work, we're really trying to COVID proof everything. And so we're thinking about like, how does this work in remote world and how does this work in a brick and mortar setting? And how can we be versatile to be able to go back and forth? So we are thinking about remote world more than we're thinking about anything else, because teachers know how to do the in classroom. I mean, that's part of what they've always done. And so we really do want to focus on making sure that we're supporting teachers when we are out of the building or if we are out of the building. So that does continue.
Thank you.
Jim, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to say that the question is a good reminder, but I recall Nicole at the last meeting saying we had to remain nimble and that the planning for the curriculum would have to quickly, seamlessly go complete remote without losing standards and without losing rigor. And so that's the challenge, is to plan both. And sometimes I think the reminder from Helen is that how we communicate goes to Barbara's issue too. How we communicate matters, and we have to think through that. We have a lot of assumptions in our own minds about the remote or the full on or whatever it's going to be, and we can't assume that everybody has that same thought process going on. So we'll have to be a little bit more thoughtful around how we communicate all of that going out. But the words from Nicole have been, you have to be nimble. In a moment, we have to shift to remote without missing a beat. That's a challenge, but that's a great reminder. Thanks.
Mariah or Andy, do you have comments or questions?
Sure. Can you guys go away, please? Sorry. So I have a couple questions. One is, I didn't see anywhere a couple of things. One is physical wellness. I didn't see that reflected sort of in how that aspect, which is so critical for kids to learn, will be incorporated, especially, well, in all three scenarios, really, because it's very different, right, in all three scenarios. And I also didn't see in the remote hybrid discussion anything about sort of synchronous learning, and maybe that's going to goes without saying, but I think that was something that was a huge source of unhappiness this past year. And so I think it's worth mentioning and talking about what the vision is for that. You know, I appreciated what I think it was you, Nicole, who said being mindful of screen time. And so, and certainly I think that that's very important too, but how we juggle synchronous, especially in these other scenarios, is critical. And then I was a little confused, and maybe Erin, you could clarify, is the student survey, you mentioned 3 surveys. One is a family survey, one's a teacher survey, and one's a student survey. Is that accurate that it's 3? And
Yeah, that's accurate.
okay, and is there a way, rather than having a separate student survey, because I was already confused thinking about it as a parent, is there a way to roll that student survey into the family survey so there's just one survey that hits families? Or is the student survey intended for the student to take it? I guess
That would be intended for the student to take the survey.
okay, but then you're saying that, so it's really only for secondary and above. It's not a K-5 survey.
I mean, potentially we would have to think about obviously altering questions to, make them accessible to a student at the elementary level, which might not even mean, K to 2, might be 3 to 5. And Panorama, the vendor that we've previously worked with for surveys, does say that 4th grade and higher is the best representation in order to get the most information from your student population, and that they kind of cater their questions 4 to 5 and then 6 to 12.
I guess I want to emphasize and repeat what Susan said earlier, which is I have questions about what a lot of these questions are going to actually lead us to. You know, if a child says that they like to be in school, like, you know, but their family can't accommodate that or whatever, then what is the point of asking some of these questions? And also how families who may have filled in the survey then get a second request for the survey and aren't understanding the difference between the two. So how to maybe have that student input mediated through the family survey, I think would be really beneficial and clarifying for a lot of people. And also just in question of the socio-emotional questions, I heard in our advisory group, I think in the first week, that we had discussion of the universal screener. And so how the questions about socio-emotional learning might be duplicative of data that you're going to be collecting yourselves. And perhaps if a family member says a child is fine, but then the child is on the universal screener getting screened into as having an issue, you know, what was the point of asking the question to begin with of the family if you're going to be really relying on your own data collection? So these are just sort of some of my thoughts and questions.
Sure. I just want to give you a little bit more info there. So while we do have some sample survey questions, the step before sending it all out also is to ensure that we're not asking the same question twice and that we are thoughtful about how we are getting that information. So from students, there is a list of questions that we have from Panorama for grades 3 and up, or maybe it was 4th and up. And then for the younger students from BEEP through 2nd or 3rd grade, that would be parent reporting. And we've been working with Margaret Eberhardt on those questions for the BEEP families. So to your question about making sure that families aren't getting a million different asks from us, in particular for that BEEP through 2nd grade group, I think it would be beneficial for us to combine the communication that goes up to families about the survey.
Well, and just as a parent who is a BEEP parent and a high school parent and a Pierce parent, and Pierce sent out a survey, and now you're saying BEEP will have a separate survey, and there'll be a family survey, and possibly surveys for each one of my kids. Like, I think, and I'm a, you know, unique and horrible, like all of these things at the same time case, but even anyone who has some subset of these, I can just see the potential for not remembering what you filled in or being very confused. So streamlining that would be great.
Barbara?
Well, can we hold on that? Let's get Andy a chance. Barbara, I'll come back to you in a minute. We haven't had everybody go through once. Andy, do you have any comments or questions?
Sure, thanks, Suzanne. I guess I had one question and one comment. The question, like Mariah, has to do with wellness. I'm wondering what impact are we seeing from not having a wellness coordinator who's performing those functions? How are they getting done? And then my comment would be, along with Barbara, just to emphasize the importance of communication. I think on the last slide, July was supposed to be devoted to developing a communications plan. I would think that July ought to already be devoted to communicating, even if there's a huge amount of uncertainty. I think there's nothing shameful about not having made a decision when there's a good reason to not have decided it yet. And I think a lot of people would actually be quite reassured just to know what work is being done right now, what questions are being thought about, and why certain decisions haven't been made yet.
Did someone want to respond to Andy's first question? Andy, what was it again?
The lack of a wellness coordinator.
Yeah, that's important. Thanks.
So we haven't, of course, seen the impact of it yet, but what I can say is that we had a year without a science coordinator, and it's not a desirable situation to be in, but we were able to manage that through the leadership in the Office of Teaching and Learning. And so that is what the intention is now for the wellness coordinator for hopefully a year, where we will run math department meetings and really try to figure out who might be some leads in that department to take some of that work on, as far as organizing and making sure that we have, you know, inventory of what teachers may need if we're back in full time. And so the Office of Teaching and Learning will do that.
Okay, I'm going to take my turn, then we can go back around. So just to comment on that, Nicole, actually, it was a little harmful not to have a science coordinator. So I just.
I didn't say it wasn't harmful. We went through a year without one. I did not say, and I wouldn't say it's harmful. It hasn't had a long-term harmful impact.
Yeah, right.
But we need to figure out what the funding would be. So that would be awesome.
Yeah, the coordinators, as you said, are very important in designing what we're doing going forward this next year. And so when that voice isn't at the table, whether it's science or whether it's wellness, it's really a missing voice. So I think we just need to be very much aware of that. And the other thing I'd like to say is that this is really, I think, a great opportunity for us to think of this whole learning model as a continuum, and it's a great time for us to be thinking about how science can be more important, how outdoor education can be more important, and how project-based learning can be more important. So that, let's say that we're on site at the school, the kids are learning, they've got the projects going, and then we have to close for a week for cleaning or whatever. They would continue that then in their remote learning. And so I think there's some wonderful opportunities actually to bring about kind of a new way of thinking about learning that could be really, really helpful for our children's achievements and for our teachers. And so I just would like to throw that out there, that we think of this as a really kind of a continuum, and we're going to keep going forward and back and in and out. And if we can have those commonalities through all of the learning, such as perhaps project-based things. I mean, some teachers have done some wonderful projects over the COVID-19 virus. And so there are and many, many topics actually. So anyway, that's quite helpful. And there are teachers who have done some wonderful things that have great input on that. Okay, we have, maybe 10 minutes. If there's somebody else, Barbara, did you have something you wanted to say? Barbara, go ahead. Barbara.
I'd like to go back to the student surveys. I would recommend absolutely that we do student surveys of certainly students 5th, 6th grade and up. Because if you want to find out what really worked for the child, then you ask the child, you talk to them. What worked for you here? What was difficult? What would you change if we are doing things online again? And you might get very different answers from the students than you would get from the parents. I would prefer to see parents not go over the students' answers, because the students have their own voices. And I think that's an important segment that we need to consider when we think about going back online again. If teachers are in the classroom, you're always talking to students about what works, what was difficult for you, how did you solve this problem? And I think in terms of the remote learning, it would be good to have their voices in the mix.
Okay, David, last word, and because we're going to talk about some more of this as later in the night when we talk about professional development and plan and budget. So go ahead, David.
As we know from when the schools closed in mid-March, a lot of students, particularly those in special education, were not able to receive services, at least to the same degree as they had been accustomed. So to what extent are compensatory services part of the plan for heading into next year?
Can you just specify what you mean by to what extent we're planning?
Meaning for students who missed certain elements of their IEPs and 504 plans from the school closures last year, are they going to be provided compensatory services in some way as we head into the fall?
Sure. So compensatory services are decided student by student. So it's an individual, they're decided individually. So as a whole, that's not a question that I can answer other than to say for every year, we plan to offer compensatory services for students. So there's data collection that we do that's the same as every year. We have information from the spring. We will also have, for those who attend ESY, information on students who potentially regress to determine whether or not they need compensatory services. So the short answer is yes, we are prepared to offer them, but they're not blanket. They're not offered in blanket fashion to everybody. Susan?
Can I just follow up on that? So one of the things that we know about the last survey is that we got a good response from some of our low income families, but it was in the 20% range or something, which means that there were literally hundreds of low income families that we did not hear from in terms of their ability to access technology and their band, their broadband and all that sort of thing. And so I want to make sure that somehow when we're doing surveys this summer and fall, we have a more proactive strategy with that group in particular, because the kinds of questions, if you look at the math numbers, it looks like, oh, only a tiny number had an issue with technology. But then if you sort of cut it by low income and realize we didn't talk to 80% of the low income families and they represent such a small number, it's going to get lost if we don't disaggregate it. So I just want to underscore that. And I think the same thing is just to pick up on David's point about compensatory services. This is not a services question, but it's how are we going to kind of assess where kids are kind of regression or what they've missed or lost. I'm particularly concerned about special education and English learners, but we know there are a lot of students who struggle who have struggled and sort of opted out of this whole spring that don't fall into those two categories. So I think it would just be important for people to be able to have comfort how their child is going to kind of get assessed. And then if they do have to be out for some extended period of time, confirmation or comfort level that they're going to get sort of an equitable education.
Part of the work that the coordinators are doing too does include, like, how do we assess, how do we have some level of consistent assessment that can measure and that can be used, and not just to measure for measure's sake, but that teachers can use to inform their instruction. So that is part of the work. And I think that might be one of the things that came up in the survey. I don't want to misspeak. So Michelle might speak more to that if it was one of the things that came up in the survey that went out to teachers. And excuse me, we have more families who are low income than our Steps to Success families. And while many of them may not have completed, excuse me, a survey, we actually, the advisors and the director, Jeanette Sargent, worked closely with families to make sure that they got what they needed. So they might not have been represented in the survey, but excuse me, they were represented in having their needs addressed throughout this closure.
Okay, we're going to end this. Oh, Helen, really?
Yeah, just a quick question, because I started to think about this. There's sort of an interesting issue for BEEP in terms of what DESE is saying on the one hand and what DEC is saying on the other hand. DESE is saying get as many kids into the classroom as you can, provided you can give the distance. DEC is saying 10 kids. Which one do we follow as a public school? And maybe you don't know the answer to this right now, but it just sort of, I started to think about all those families who didn't get in, who really want their children in the program, and where do we go? And how do we make a decision about it, I guess?
I think it's a good question, and we probably have to figure this out.
That's fine. I just want to bring it up and make sure that people are thinking about it.
It's a good question to think about. Sharon, last word on this topic.
Thanks. One of the issues that came out of the first survey that we run and that's come out repeatedly over and over in the remote learning task force is the fact that support for households is needed for the direct provision of teaching and learning in households. I'm noticing again in sort of the presentation on teaching and learning that there doesn't seem to be any provision that's being provided or any, I don't know, any adaptation or accommodation that's being provided to train households to support instructional practice for their children. I remain concerned that in some fundamental way, both our hybrid models and our remote learning models are failing to capture the fact that learning is happening somewhere outside and far away from educators, and that requires capacity building at the household level. I understand that there are substantial limitations, and we need to be talking about putting into place neighborhood-based accommodations, household-based accommodations, and other kinds of accommodations, which I think the Lexington plan also offers a good example of with, for example, their learning centers around town and things like that, right? But I remain concerned that, at a fundamental level in terms of how we understand what is happening with children and learning, we're still not noticing that they live in households in which the majority of instruction may be being provided by educators, but are being facilitated by most people who do not have any training whatsoever in education, developmentally appropriate or otherwise. And so I really hope to see as we move forward that we recognize that the shift in setting and the shift in facilitators has, places a burden on us as a district. And so I'm wondering when that is going to appear and how that's going to appear, because I understand that we're about to move into, a professional development discussion and a budget discussion, but I'm still not hearing any allocation of any kind of resources for the not necessarily professional development, but the capacity development of people who may in fact be facilitating education a minimum of 50% of the time. And that seems to me like a huge gap in our capacity to effectively and equitably deliver education in the district. Can anybody comment on that?
I'll say this. We're having a hard enough time building capacity with our teachers to teach in a remote way. That comment is well placed and deserves a lot of research, but we can't just jump on how we're going to help build capacity for households. We're trying to build capacity for teachers. I made a note of that. I made a note of that, and I think we should come back at that. And we will all look at the Lexington plan as well to see what is happening. We need to do a little bit more research on that. That is a huge issue, and I think it has a lot of legs. When I think maybe Sharon, you said community resource centers and that kind of thing. That seems to me to be the number of a very, very good idea. But we are not prepared in any way right now to say how we would do that during the budget process. And we get budget assumptions. You may want to give direction to me to include something like that in the budget. But we're going to have to do a little bit of homework around that. That's a window I hadn't looked at before, and it's very intriguing. But we're not prepared to talk about it right now.
So we're going to wrap this up for now. Remember, this is an update. These have been wonderful suggestions, wonderful questions, wonderful comments. I would encourage us to continue to ask the questions and send in the comments. And where is a good place to send those, Jim? To you, to Casey, Nicole, Khalees? We will continue to do that. I think it's really important. Yeah. Okay, we're going to move on to the budget.
I think Jim was on mute, Suzanne, but he might have wanted to say something because he said something.
I'm sorry. No, I wanted to answer that question. Who are going to send these questions? At the community at large? Or are you?
No, these are from the school committee. I think the school committee has a lot of great ideas and questions. And
okay, if it's from the school committee, then probably as a retrieving place, just send it to Betsy, And we will find the appropriate place to forward them to.
Okay.
But for simplicity, just send them to Betsy right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is an update on the budgets for FY20 and FY21. I think Mary Ellen, you're up with Dr. Marini.
Just checking that we're not doing the, I'm happy to go, but I was just checking we're not doing the professional development. It's just stuck the budget in the middle. That's fine. So where we're at right now, the first item is to vote fees for next year. And this was coming out of the finance subcommittee. There's a cover sheet and a memo to that effect. Annually, the school committee should be voting fees as part of next year. We've already voted the BEEP tuition. The finance subcommittee recommended that 2 of the fees potentially have a COVID-19 assessment to be determined, because as we open, we're not quite sure what that might look like. That would be athletics and the use of school buildings. Most of the fees are all staying the same. I believe the only increase that we had was with the BEEP tuition. So essentially you're voting to continue the fees as they currently exist. Materials fee has been a longstanding 3% increase each year. And the international student fee, which I'm not sure we will actually have any international students this year on exchange, is increasing about 2%. The memo that's attached in the packet also sort of outlines what each of the fees and the annual revenues, expected revenues are at this point. So the motion that I would request the committee approve and authorize the collection of all fees as proposed in the attached table to formally and officially establish fees for fiscal year 21.
Just one quick thought, Mary Ellen, can you just remind us where we land? I'm looking at the agenda cover sheet. Is where we landed on South Brookline bus transportation? I thought that one we had a conversation about needing to do a little more work on.
So I think my recollection of the more work is sort of where we stand with reopening. The South Brookline bus, it provides support. If high school's open, it's a necessary mechanism for students to be able to get to school from South Brookline. So I believe that, I'm not sure the fee is going to change, but how the service is going to get delivered and when it's going to get delivered is still sort of open for discussion as we begin our planning around the opening. And I see that Matt's not here, so he has more information on where they're at with that, with high school planning.
Yeah, and I just remember there's sort of a holistic, and there's a whole bus conversation. Not mandated buses, but buses are voluntary, and this one, since it doesn't cover its cost anyway, and it requires a subsidy, and we don't know if it might need even more subsidy or more distancing or whatever. I thought we had I thought we had decided to hold that one, but if we haven't held it, at least I want to make sure that we've got an asterisk on it, because there may be an additional assessment when we have more information about COVID-19. There's just, I can imagine a lot of inefficiencies getting built in there, and these are supposed to be sitting on their every tub on its own bottom for revolving for fees.
Okay, Mariah.
Similarly, when we talked about BEEP and voted on it, I think on the 11th of June, I recall we had a discussion about possible additional assessments for BEEP. And I think that was something that Helen had even suggested, but I don't see that in the memo with an asterisk on it. Maybe I'm missing that, but
certainly can add that. We may have missed that piece.
that was something that we discussed at the community meeting with the BEAP parents as a possibility. I think it was $117,000 or something like that they were short. If we can have more students, they can cover that amount and then there's no issue. I think the issue was that sort of time period when we're at only 10 students and covering costs.
But the asterisk at least allows that flexibility, right? Yeah.
Thank you for remembering.
So looking at adding an asterisk to the school transportation or school Brookline bus transportation and to BEAP.
Yeah, we're not voting BEAP, but yes, I think just as a matter of record.
As a matter.
Yeah. On the South Brookline bus transportation, again, I really want to make, if we vote this, it's okay. I just want to make sure that we are aligned as a school committee on our approach to busing before busing letters start going out to families. It's just been such an issue in the past that I really think it's important for us to have that conversation so that we can all be behind whatever letter goes out. Because whatever letter it is, we'll get feedback from the community, and I want to make sure we are aligned behind whatever letter goes out.
And there's still no guidance from the state, if I'm not mistaken, about busing. I think that's supposed to come out sometime in July. So I'm not even sure how we can discuss it till we know even what we're supposed to be doing.
But even that's fine. I mean, if we're going to send, you know, it's already the middle of July, right? It's July, I don't know, July 11th, 4th right now? 7th, July 7th. I am wondering if maybe we do need to send a letter of some sort that just says, we don't have guidance yet. You know, normally by this point, we would like to be able to give you, you know, the comfort and expectations that you should have and the price and everything, but we don't have that guidance. Here's when we expect to get it, and more information will be forthcoming. To your point, Helen, I mean, we may just need to say something in the meantime.
You know, we may want to include, and I don't know if you can do that with the questionnaires that you're sending out about other things about learning in the fall. You know, do you plan on using a bus? If you used a bus, do you plan on using it again this year? Because there may be people who decide that they don't want their kids on a bus. And we should know that. Maybe we need less buses.
So Mary Ellen, what do you need from us tonight? You need a motion?
Yeah, I'll move it
Okay.
with the amendments that we just made, which I assume Robin caught somehow.
Yeah. Do I have a second? Thank you, David. Any more discussion before we do roll call? Okay, here we go. Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Barbara? Barbara?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mariah? Yes?
Yes.
Right. Susan?
Yeah.
David?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, thank you. Possible vote on budget transfer for 2020, Mary Ellen.
Yeah, so there are two motions. They're somewhat specific, and I don't have all the detail for you. I will have the detail as we finish this out. We are probably going to land, miraculously, probably land this budget at balanced. And I'm going to actually say, and also address a number of issues in our special revenue funds that have been lingering, some for before I arrived and some since. So the transfer, there are two motions specifically that are under your statutory authority that I need you to vote so that the town controller can make the transfers that I request and the auditors are happy and everything is all above board. So the operating budget looks like it's gonna hopefully after this next warrant, probably generate just under $1.4 million in a balance. Most of that is from expenses. We select board last week approved an interdepartmental transfer from the VOC Tech account of $43,000. There's some prior year encumbrances. I'm arguing with the town controller about whether I'll be able to use those funds to balance out some FY19 grant issues that we're having. I met today with Justin Casanova Davis, the assistant town administrator, around the town's CARES Act funds and how to transfer those. And also how to transfer out our funds out to the FEMA application. So that's all beginning to happen. The schools CARES Act funds is roughly about 40,000 that's related to fiscal year 20. And then there are 3 grants that have balances prior to 2015 where the final reports are done, but they're these little dollar amounts. I'm mining those and using those. And then there's still the reserve fund transfer that the advisory has already approved of 100,000. And as I've stated to the select board and to advisory, that those will be the last monies that are used, and to honor and to continue to honor and support the school committee not really wanting to have a reserve fund transfer. So I've informed the controller that to not post that transfer yet. In fact, and I'll be meeting with Melissa Goff, the deputy town administrator, tomorrow or Thursday to keep her up to date as to whether that reserve fund is needed. And there are issues and funding issues on the town side, particularly around recreation, where they do and need some reserve funds to balance out town side expenses as well. So if we don't need it, we're not going to use it. So the 2 motions that I have on the cover sheet is basically essentially authorizing me to transfer and or expend such funds from the necessary school committee operating budget in order to reduce the financial impact of grant revolving fund or special revenue account deficits at fiscal year close on June 30th. What that motion does is it allows me to transfer funds to fund the beef deficit, food service deficit, the high school summer school deficit, and there's another fund, small fund that has a deficit in it to fund those out of the operating budget. The next one.
Mary, should we do that one first and then we'll go to the next one?
Sure.
So do I have a motion to move her motion? Helen, and we have a second?
I have a question actually. So once you get them, okay, I'll move it. I guess I'll move it.
Is there a second? Thank you, Mariah. Helen, you have a question?
Yeah, in the past, when we've gotten transfers from accounts, it's been very clear. It was a grid with a spreadsheet with this amount is coming from here and going there. I think there were 10 or 11 categories. This, I'm having difficulty understanding where the money's coming from in all of these cases. The 630,000 is a transfer from where?
So I have not provided you the grid because I'm still waiting for the final warrant to post, so I can actually give you that that grid. So I will produce for you as part of an end report is what the pending balances were and then what that grid and that transfers were. So you know from what accounts the funds came to fund, for example, food service. So we have, or for BEEP. So for example, we have an elementary education, early education account for salaries. That account will get charged and then there'll be an offset to you'll see the grid. I'm still assembling that grid because the transfers are just pages, are going to be a couple pages long. And I'm still assembling all of those as the budgets, all the final warrants are posted. I need authorization to actually do it.
Yeah,
that's what this does.
I get that.
I know you. I appreciate you want to see it. And I want to give it to you.
I'm a little uncomfortable, like with you spoke about revolving funders. Okay.
Other comments or questions, Mariah?
I appreciate what Helen said because I was feeling the same way. It feels difficult to give a blanket authorization without knowing the details of what you're agreeing to.
So Mary Ellen, is there a way for us to authorize you to pull funds from those various places, which I think, you know, a number of those are pretty non-controversial. I mean, maybe we can just open up the memo and look, because it does feel to me like a number of those, like the interdepartment transfer from the vote tech tuition into transportation account, it should be a no-brainer that we vote that in, right? The prior year open encumbrances, the Town CARES Act money, school. There's nothing on the page that says agenda cover sheet for the updates on FY 2021. Like that one feels like we can vote that without the question that we're all asking, which is like, what happened with the 2020 budget, which we still need an answer
So
to. But
what
I think we can still authorize you to go get money from all those places,
So what
right?
I've listed for you in A through G are the funding sources to essentially balance what I've been reporting on, which is the deficits in BEEP, food service, rental facilities, which turned out to not be in deficit. We figured that one out. But we had the high school summer school program revolving fund is in deficit, and there's a grants match account revolving fund that's in deficit. So you're authorizing me to take A through G and fund our various deficits that we have in those revolving funds. Two of them I've been reporting on. They're over $600,000. BEEP is like 635, and as of today, and it's still a moving target, food services at 667. And so those, I need authorization to take these A through G to apply it to where the deficits are. That's what this first one does. And I appreciate wanting to see the report and the funding. I'm just running out of time. So I do and will commit to you that you will have that. I have to get it to the town controller like tomorrow and Thursday, and certainly because they're closing the books. So it's just needing to make sure I have that vote, so when I submit it, they can continue doing their work and I'm not having to wait for another meeting. Certainly they, so anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. I'm fine with this motion. I think just one thing that we should decide, Suzanne or David, before we go off is sort of, we're going to need a chunk of time to kind of go back through the 2020 budget and where it landed. So when, I mean, I guess maybe Jim or Mary Ellen, when should we plan to do that? Because I think that is the underlying anxiety that you're hearing across the comments. Yeah.
Susan,
so when's a good time? When's a good time to do that?
You want finance to do the first pass on that?
We can. I guess I'm asking. Yes, we can. And I just want to know what week, what should we aim for? How far are we from that?
Well, I would think then the first meeting in August, perhaps we could do that.
Or if I might, maybe we could do it at a finance subcommittee meeting.
Well, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Susan?
When's your next finance subcommittee? Do you know, Susan?
We don't have one. We were waiting to hear when we could land the 2020 budget and the 2021 budget, because we knew we were going to need a big chunk of time to go through both of those. So I think we were hoping for this meeting, but we're not there. So I guess I just want to, we need to reset expectations as to when we'll be ready for that.
Mary Ellen, when do you think you'll have that ready?
So statutorily, the books close on July 15th, and the town finishes most of their postings kind of by the end of the 20th of July. So probably the end of the last week of July.
I mean, that's when we have the workshop, but I don't know that we're going to do that during the workshop. We have other important work to do, although this is important.
Okay, so if that's, but if we want a meeting, what week in July? I mean, I'll work with Robin to set one up. I just, I
Okay,
need sort of a target to aim at. Third week in July?
sorry, what?
I just need a target to aim at. What week in July am I aiming at?
The last week, like the
The last week in July.
26th. I think it is
Okay.
the 21st, 22nd. We already have administrative meetings, so it's the week after.
Okay, so, but for both, for 2020 and 2021? Okay. Okay.
Okay, right.
And I will, hopefully the week of the 20th, be able to get something out to the committee for that ahead of time. So you have time to form questions, absorb the information, see the information. Because most of that all needs to be done by the 20th with the town finishing their stuff.
So we have a motion on the floor. Are we ready to vote on it?
Just one more clarifying. So motion one just has to do with A through G, correct?
Actually, motion number one is A, B, C, and D and E.
Yeah,
Motion two is F.
okay. And those
And-
are the only ones for motion.
And any others that kind of pop up that we have, but those are there are three that have been identified that've been hanging out since before I arrived in 2015. And everybody and all of us would like to see them off the books and stop looking at them because they just keep showing up in reports and we can't do anything with them. So now a pandemic seems like a good time to clean those up.
So right now, we just have a motion for the first motion.
Yep.
Okay. Sharon,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Susan,
Yes.
Mariah,
Yes.
Barbara. Is that yes, Barbara?
Yes.
Thanks. Helen,
Yes,
Andy,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So your second motion, Mary Ellen?
The second motion, school committee approves and authorizes the deputy superintendent for administration and finance to transfer and or expend such funds from dormant grant and revolving fund accounts as necessary in order to reduce the financial impact to the town appropriated budget for grant revolving fund or special revenue account deficits at the fiscal year close on June 20th. So those are primarily the three in letter F. That have been dormant for at least since prior to 2015, the end of the close of 2015. And so to use those funds to settle out any deficit accounts and take those off the books.
Do I have someone moving the motion?
I'll move it, but I have a question too when we get there.
Okay. Do I have a second? Thank you, Andy. Mariah, your question?
My question is, how are these different than the ones that we just talked about for the previous motion, the three olds?
The three old
accounts?
ones?
Yeah.
There are more restrictions, if you want to say that this way. There are restrictions around how we can apply the CARES Act funds for the town and the school. There are restrictions around the FY19. The interdepartmental transfer vote also was transferred to cover transportation costs and our special education transportation account. These three old funds, there's no documentation or information about any restrictions on those. So it's essentially so the auditors are satisfied that these are held out separate and identified separately so that the committee knows that these are unique and unusual circumstances and that they're handled differently and held that way out for auditors.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do a vote if we're ready. Mariah,
Yes.
Susan,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Sharon,
Yes.
Andy,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Barbara,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, Mary Ellen, the next one is the update on the 2020 summer lunch program.
So this also coming out of Finance Subcommittee, Matt presented, and we had a discussion around providing meals continuously from the last day of school to the first day of school. And the options that we had were that we would either be looking at an $8,500 deficit or $22,000 deficit, and the difference being in some of the staffing levels that we were assuming as part of that. And we have, in the Finance Subcommittee's recommendation was to have the $8,500 deficit and sort of reduce the staffing where we actually all kind of agreed and saw where we didn't need it. So that we have been continuing providing meals. We didn't stop service, even though we didn't have a vote as school committee. We have continued providing meals as well, and sort of also assuming the $8,500 recommendation of the Finance Subcommittee. We've made that assumption and made those adjustments going forward. So I didn't have a vote on here because I wasn't quite sure how to write that motion for the committee, and whether there's more discussion that the committee wanted to have around the supports that we're having, the supports we have for lunches. I do want to remind the committee, we are still partnering with food pantries, still partnering with Thrive, still having all the same partnerships. Those haven't gone away. Those are continuing, still partnering with the Housing Authority and delivery. Those are all still intact.
Do you need a vote from us on something today? You just want input?
Well, you are voting your first deficit of FY21. You are putting into 21. You know, we have to find those funds out of the operating budget, out of the 21 budget. So, yeah, I would appreciate a vote so that we are not acting without permission and authority of the committee.
I will move that we continue the summer food program from the end of school until the beginning of school for students, and on the assumption that there'll be a roughly $8,000, $9,000 deficit associated with that.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mariah. Thank you, Barbara. Are there questions, comments before we vote? Andy?
Yeah, I just had a question about the staffing reduction. Could you just confirm, my understanding was that that was a single position that would be furloughed and therefore able to collect unemployment, and that the plan is to hire the person back if they want to come back for the fall?
Yeah, however, all of food service, depending on what's happening with the delivery, we have to look at what the staffing model will need to be based on what's happening with lunch and school lunch and how that's being delivered. Again, because if we continue with the current staffing level under the old model and we're not preparing, like we can't, we're in a food service deficit program. There's no fund balance. So we have to be careful about what our entire staffing needs to look like for food service. So you'll be hearing more from us probably in August around food service and what the staffing level needs to be as we know how school lunch is going to be provided.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll go for a vote. David?
Yes.
Susan?
Yeah.
Mariah?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Ellen, you have an update on BASE?
Yes, Adult and Community Ed would like to request a joint Capital and Finance Subcommittee meeting if that's possible, primarily to discuss the current and future operations of the program and that centers around why capital is that capital subcommittee has always reviewed the assessment, which we're now in year 2 on. FY21 is year 2. And whether there's a waiving or a reduction of that assessment for FY21. However, the school committee oversees adult and community ed and should be informed and aware of the financial impact that pandemic has had on BASE. They've essentially lost their entire spring revenue season and course season, and that combined with a little bit of restructuring around leadership and restructuring around last summer's program with the high school being closed, their revenues are down significantly. So they would like to have the opportunity, Michelle McGlone, who's the new director, she's doing a great job in a tough situation, would like to have an opportunity, A, to meet you and to also sort of share with you a financial update and where the program is. Currently, right now, they have a fund balance of about $187,000. Usually around June 30th, for the last few years, they've been up at $1 million. So she would like to share with the committee kind of what the impact of the pandemic has been for the program, and making sure that the community and the school committee's expectations are in alignment. And the program continues to have the incredible support from the committee and community to continue. So that's the request, to have a joint capital and finance subcommittee meeting.
What's the time frame, Mary Ellen? Do you know?
They would appreciate it sooner than later. They are feeling a level of urgency around the significant drop in fund balance and making sure the committee is aware of what the circumstances are and have occurred around that. So I would say is, you know, when the two committees can form a joint meeting and hear it. They are working on a report, which I believe is going to be ready next week. So that report will be ready and be able to be distributed ahead of that meeting. You know, in good time. And Nicole's here also. I don't know if Nicole has anything to add.
Help. That's the only thing I have to add. You know, Michelle's doing an amazing job, but we're in really tough circumstances, and they've tried a lot with online opportunities and courses, but you know, the population that, I mean, just the kinds of courses they do just don't translate well into online world. And so whatever we can do to support BASE and help them get back on their toes, as they have often bailed us out. I can remember the past couple of years having to borrow money from them. It would be helpful if we could figure something out to support BASE.
Ellen and Susan can.
Well, I have a question. Would they be ready by Tuesday, the 14th to have given us the report, let's say by Friday? And we'd have the weekend to look at it. I don't know, Susan, what your schedule looks like next week, but Tuesday, we're usually the second Tuesday of the month anyway. We could do that. I have one other item that I want to put on the.
Yeah, I'll just say that our liaison is Jennifer Monopoly, and so we should, if at all possible, make sure.
Spoke with her about this.
You know, and so Jennifer and I spoke with Meg and Michelle. We spent about an hour and a half on this, and I think our main question was that part of their deficit is related to the after-school music lessons, and those are more appropriately thought of as, you know, supporting students, supporting our schools. There's a fair amount of rental income that we get from that assessment that has nothing to do with the K through 12 program. It's adult cooking classes, yoga, that sort of thing in the community. So it is a community benefit. It's not a direct cost. It's not a direct service to students. So what we asked them to do was to break out, just to explain to us how much of the deficit was on the side focused on students, supporting students in the music program, and how much of it was general community support. So that is part of what they're going to go back and figure out, because I think we thought there might be sort of a different, just a different way to think about those two things, because again, one of them really supports our music program and it would be very hard for us to run our music program without it. And the other one, I don't want to say it's a nice to have, because it's a really important community service that's provided to many, many, many people. It's very valued. It's just a slightly different calculus for those two different pieces. So we just wanted to understand those separately.
So that being said, did you want to have the joint meeting?
Yeah, no, I think if Jennifer can join us, yes, I think that would be great. Is she back?
My understanding from her is that she would do that
Okay.
for that one
Yeah.
piece of the meeting.
Yeah, I think the time was of the essence, was the message I was getting from them.
That's
which
why
I
I'm
think,
suggesting next Tuesday, possibly, if you're free, and if the other members of our committees are free.
Okay, so Mary Ellen, I think that's what we're going to do, have subcommittee. I guess they would need to know, so you could let them, if you're meeting next Tuesday, that's just a week away.
Nicole, can you confirm that Meg and Michelle will have the report done by Friday?
Meg's actually online.
Meg is on here. Meg, is she on here?
Yes, I am. Hi, everybody. I'm not uncovering my photo, but I am here. And yes, we will have the report done by Friday and out to folks.
Great.
Okay. So who will contact them to see if they can? Well, first, Susan and Helen, you have to decide if you can do it on Tuesday, and then if they can join you. Right.
I think we'll ask Robin
it's
to
fine with
poll our members.
I think it's important to pull the members. It's fine with me. I mean, there is a panel meeting at that time, but I will skip it, leave it in Mariah's excellent hands. So I'm happy to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, we're moving on to discussion, possible vote on revised Student Opportunity Act plan. Dr. Gittens, you're up again.
Thank you. This is the Student Opportunity Act, or PD, I'm sorry.
This is the Opportunity Act. PD is after this.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Hang on a second. Hold on here. Sorry about that. So the Student Opportunity Act, this is a revisit of the vote that narrowly passed, I think, June 15th. We did submit to the state the plan that we had. This is a more detailed version of the plan. And so I don't think it would require any changes at the state level, but Meg would be able to speak more to that if it's necessary. How do I, okay. So again, this just a reminder that we get Chapter 70 funding. The state expects that we use a percentage of our Chapter 70 funding to address achievement gaps in all of our subgroups. And so for us, that number is $229,400. I'm not 100% sure that this funding will happen. Not sure of what the impact of the state funding is, which makes this probably a little more important to think about how we move forward in trying to address any achievement gaps as an add-on instead of something that is central to the classroom. Based on the advice from the state, they recommend that that we use something that we already have in place to start to measure and to work on our achievement gap. And so the two focus areas that we are looking at, especially because we have just started to take on a new math program, this is a great way to test whether or not our math program provides the equitable access that we believe it would, that teachers thought that it did, and part of the reason why we actually went forward with the curricula that we selected was because of the ability to have a low floor, high ceiling access for students, so that students who have not yet learned material are able to engage in learning in the math curricula, and students who already have had exposure to content can grow in the classroom as well. And so part of what we want to do with this is build on the work that we're doing and measure the work that we're doing in the math program. The intention is to support educators to implement high quality aligned curriculum, increase and improve professional development, and provide use of curriculum materials that are aligned with state curriculum frameworks. We have adopted illustrative math and Investigations 3. They are both research-based math programs that have a focus on fluency and how quickly students are able to calculate and think through some concrete math problems, conceptual understanding that gives students access to an abstract approach to math, as well as application. How do you use what you learn to apply to different situations and scenarios? As we continue to work through the rollout of the math curriculum, in grades 3, 4, and 5 start this year, and there are early adopters who are working on the folks in kindergarten 1 and 2 who are early adopters of the Investigations curriculum will start that as well. So there'll be a full rollout for grades 3, 4, 5, and a partial rollout for kindergarten 1 and 2. We will continue to provide developing mathematical ideas, which really helps teachers to get a full understanding of how different math concepts depend on others. And so as teachers are teaching, they really understand where a student came from and where they are going in subsequent units and subsequent grade levels. Cultural proficiency training, which really helps teachers to look at implicit bias and how it impacts instructional practice and really try to address that as an issue. The MSAN Equity Project in Math, we've been a member of the Minority Student Achievement Network for many years now, and that is a nationwide organization that brings together communities from across the country that have similar demographics as Brookline, to look at wealthy districts who do have a significant number of low income students who are showing an achievement gap, and really trying to bring those communities together to work on these issues together. And this summer, they are actually providing the Equity Project in Math, which really looks at instructional practices in the classroom, how they impact student learning of math, and how very specific instructional moves that teachers make in the classroom can impact student achievement in mathematics. And as we are rolling out our Investigations curriculum, Turk, which is the company that put out Investigations, will provide training modules, online virtual training, as well as modules that teachers are working on. There are teachers working on that now, and they will have access to that throughout the year, so that they fully understand the new curriculum. We talked a lot about the importance of when we do roll out a curriculum, making sure that teachers really understand how to use it and know the nuance of it. Math coaches will assist teachers with preparation and implementation of the new curriculum as they have in the past, and they'll be able to build a more robust support of teachers because there is one curriculum at each grade level, which is something that hasn't happened in quite a while. And then the math coaches and data team will help teachers to identify students who are in need of support based on regular and formal and informal assessments required with the new curriculum. So it's a look at progress monitoring and making sure that as we are implementing the curriculum, we are also using the assessments that will inform teacher instruction. And we want to make sure that teachers know how to do that really well. Come on. Okay. The beliefs that we have, particularly in the math department, and this is what we talked about in our math program review, is that if students have access to grade level or above math content, if we strengthen tier 1 instruction, so that's the instruction that all students receive in the classroom, and that students receive immediate in-class intervention, and that staff can progress monitor with the specific assessments that are a part of the math program itself, then we will begin to close the achievement gap. The state does require that we use a state level assessment, which is the MCAS, in order to measure the closure of the achievement gap, and a district measure. And so the state measure that we're looking at is the percentage of students who are meeting or exceeding expectation, looking for a positive change from the previous year, as well as the student growth percentile. And so we want to be able to see that students are growing at a rate that indicates that they have learned and gained as much as or perhaps more than their peers on the MCAS measure. And then our district measures will be, we want to really work on decreasing the number of students receiving math intervention outside of the classroom and the number of students who are actually on grade level at the beginning of the year in the math assessment. That is part of the curriculum program. And again, these are the costs. Now, this is something that we have budgeted for so that if the state does not provide funding, or if there's a cut in Chapter 70 funding, we will still be able to make sure that this rollout happens. And I think that's something that we really need to think about, especially in these uncertain budgetary times. We are thinking about what are the add-ons that we do in the district, and we have many add-ons. We have our Young Scholars Program, we have Calc Project, we have different things like that. But when we're in tight budgetary times, it's really important that we think about how we increase teacher efficacy and teacher practice to address the needs of more and more students in the classroom. And so that is pretty much it. That's a recap of a little more detailed plan for what we will do in order to move the needle on the achievement gap in mathematics.
So Nicole, you've already submitted this plan, so this is just an update, or?
Yes,
No,
correct.
There's no vote tonight, I take it.
No.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions? Yeah, Mariah.
I just have a question on the metrics, because the metrics don't seem to measure sort of differential achievement across different groups.
That's what the MCAS growth percentile does do that. So the measure of growth is, you look at where students scored. Erin, you take it away. I know this, but you will be able to explain it better. But yes.
Yeah, so sure. So the growth percentile measure measures how students performed and how much they grew from one year to the next as compared to their academic peers from the previous year. And so students in the 40 to 60 range, that's considered typical growth for that particular grade level or grade span if you're thinking about one year to the next. Students under that 40 are considered to have low growth, and then above that 60 are considered to have high growth.
So just to be clear though, Erin, there was no MCAS this year. So are they going back to, and we don't know if there will be this coming year in 21.
Yeah, so that's a great point. We didn't have MCAS this year in spring 2020. When students are in 8th grade and they take the test in 10th grade, there's that, gap in 9th grade. And so the growth is calculated between 8th and 10th grade. So my guess is that if we take MCAS spring 2021, that they'll just calculate growth, within the year that we took off, similar to how they do 8th to 10th. But they haven't said anything about that yet.
Yeah, I mean, there is some legislation to put MCAS on a moratorium, certainly during this pandemic. So my point is just that we may not be able to use that. And I'm not even sure we want to, but.
Right.
Yeah, and as Nicole mentioned, we are sort of required to use a DESI measure as part of the, plan. And so that's the, one that we have the most, access
Right,
to.
I would just encourage
mathematics,
us to
but
look at other ways, because I'm not sure that's going to work for the next couple years.
Right. So, and that's specifically why we wanted to look at, how are students performing as far as grade level goes, according to the assessment that is part of the math curriculum, as well as how many students are, as well as looking at lessening the number of students who need intervention in the classroom, need intervention outside of the classroom, excuse me.
Yeah, that's a
Can I
better.
follow up on my question?
I think those are the best measures to look at as well.
Who's talking? Sharon, is that?
No, it's me still. Hold on. It's Mariah. Yeah. Just to follow up on my question though, but again, the point of this I thought was to lessen achievement gaps by subgroups, but the measures, for example, don't tell you if those gaps have been lessened as I understand them. For example, using the district measure of reduced overall, math, outside class math interventions, you might find that overall you reduce it, but for subpopulations that are experiencing gaps, they still remain. And so you might have, that may not be actually a measure that measures this.
I'm not sure
So
I understand what you're saying.
We would disaggregate all of the data by the subgroup. So we would be able to see like year over year whether the gaps are, are closing.
So the metrics as you presented them on the slide, they're actually more, there'll be sub levels below that looking at them by the differential populations to see what's going. Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Susan.
Just following up on that, and I want to reflect part of the conversation from the curriculum subcommittee, which spent a lot of time talking about asset-based thinking and sort of cultural competence as a really important piece of this puzzle. I know the slides mostly focus on sort of the tests and the curriculum, but I just want to reflect Khalees and Keith and Nicole and all of us. We had a really good discussion about what teaching needed to look like and how it needed to be different. So I guess I would just hope that that piece continues to get elevated. Just for whatever reason, sometimes we just kind of keep defaulting to MCAS as the conversation and curriculum. And I just think that the more we can kind of push it towards sort of really being student focused and asset focused, even in the framing of it and the communication of it, I think it's just really important so that folks understand that the curriculum is a tool. It's not the goal. The goal is the relationship with a kid who feels like they can do math, and that they're willing to try, and they people who believe in them, and they get that support. So anyway, it just didn't come through, and I want to make sure people understood that was the overarching focus. And I think if to the extent that we're ever communicating this out, we really need to sort of center the equity piece and the relationship piece, and maybe just let the MCAS piece is there, but I wouldn't put that in the front seat. That's all.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Susan. I don't know how Erin would measure, what students feel like other than what their performance is academically. And so I think it's really important for the relationships to build, but I don't want kids to walk away from Brookline Public Schools saying, I really love my teachers, but now I can't get into college or I can't get a job. Right. And so we want to make sure that it translates into performance as well.
Absolutely. And it's such a good point. And I think there are questions that we have asked in the past through Tripod or other surveys, which basically says things like, my math teacher thinks that I'm making progress. My math teacher believes in me. I feel like I can, tackle hard problems. I mean, there are statements that tie directly to performance. Yeah. It's not just like, I like my teacher, to your point, but there are ones that actually are research tied to performance and efficacy. So at any rate, I would just encourage us to think about that. And someone, not me, has that rubric, and we should just not lose sight of that for the sake of MCAS, I guess is the point.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on. Presentation of professional development, budget and plan.
Michelle, you here? I can share my screen if that makes it easier for you. Do you want me to?
Oh, you can share yours? That would be great.
All right, then you don't have to.
Share yours and then I don't have to click. So
all right.
I want to thank you for having us here tonight to talk about this. I only arrived in October. So for those of you that haven't met, I am Michelle Herman and I'm the Director of Professional Development. So Nicole's going to put up our presentation for tonight.
I promise I am.
Otherwise I have it open.
No, I have it. I promise.
Okay.
Good Lord, man. Here we go.
You can go the second.
I will do that.
Thank you. So I have heard at several school committee meetings since I've arrived that there's a lot of questions about where does funding go for professional development, what happens in professional development, what's our plan. So I want to kind of tell you where we were at and where we're going. In last year, in the absence of a strategic plan, there was a decision made to focus in 3 areas that all get at cultural proficiency, giving students the best opportunity to succeed. The developing mathematical ideas came in because we were starting a program review. And the way it worked was that every teacher in K through 8 over 3 years would experience whatever was appropriate to their content area. So a math teacher would experience all 3, but an ELA teacher would only experience the cultural proficiency and the restorative justice. And what this did for us as a plan was to provide for common content at all K-8 schools, and the work supported the meeting the needs of all learners. So this was an overall plan that was set into place last year. So can you go to the next slide? So really good intentions. We hit some snags with it. So by doing this, we had teachers out of the buildings every single day, and therefore sub coverage was getting really tight and very expensive. Messaging around the expectations and outcomes for these programs wasn't clear. So teachers were going to a restorative justice or they were going to the cultural proficiency and we weren't really clear about how we were translating that back into the classroom. And then if you look at it, financially, this model is not sustainable over time due to the subs and the fact that we were partnering outside of the district with some companies that were going to continue to be of high cost. So this is sort of where we were at before COVID hit in March. So if we go to the next slide. One of the things that we've had though, since COVID took over is we were also putting back into place the PD Council. And the PD Council is a group of teachers. It's part of our contract with the teachers. And it's a group of people who are meant to inform and provide input to the district in order to develop our professional development plan. And we had this great group of teachers. You can see their names on the slide. one of the things that happened was we came together and we decided that we were going to use a protocol, which you can see here in design process, in order to really get at what do teachers need, where are we going to go with this, how do we create a prototype and test it that shows good outcomes for students based on our professional development. And so as a group over between probably mid-February, because we were starting before this hit, but mid-February and the end of May, as a group, we worked through the empathize section of this. And what we decided was that we really needed to get some more information. So Nicole, if you can go to the next slide. So what we did was we did the empathize portion where we looked at what really mattered to us as educators the most. And as you saw, we had people from all different departments as part of this group. And we came up with some ideas about what really was important to us, but we wanted to find out what's really important to teachers. What do they believe is really an important part of their classroom? Not even what do they need support in, but what matters to them the most. And as you can see, some things rose to the top: the social emotional learning, engaging with students directly, the ability to differentiate, regular routines for learning, and time to develop curriculum with their colleagues and coordinators. And we had, I think, 220 responses as this was rolling out. So pretty good. We did it at the end of June. So where we went from there, and if Nicole, you'll go to the next slide, where we went from there was first we needed to know what was important to teachers. And then we needed to know where they needed support in those areas in terms of our current environment. So we gave them the opportunity to rate different things in terms of face-to-face strategies, remote strategies, and I'm just not interested in that content area. And what we found out was that, and you can see here, 3 areas that really showed up that really support what we found as what's important to them is that they really need support in engaging students, but mostly in the remote environment, meeting the social emotional needs, supporting differentiation. All of those came up, and really asking for support in the remote environment strategies. So this is where we ended our work at the end of June, and this data is going to continue to propel our future plan forward. But if Nicole, if you'll go to the next slide, what we learned was we have some immediate needs that need to be addressed. And so we need to open school, as Dr. Marini mentioned before, and whatever structure it's in, we need to prepare teachers and have them feel good and supported around instruction for students. And that instruction, it doesn't matter what environment it's in, they need to be prepared for their work. And it fell into sort of 3 areas. A technical area, which we've had a lot of conversations about with curriculum, and then instruction. And curriculum is really at the center. So supporting teachers and making sure that they're really clear on what are your outcomes for students. And to support that, it's the instructional and the technical piece. Anything that we are doing in this summer program, and we'll talk a little bit more about it later, is to prepare teachers for good instruction. So in every session that we're looking at, we're supporting understanding of curriculum, whether it's in a hybrid, remote, or in person, and what are the strategies that will get us the highest leverage for students. So we'll come back to this a little bit at the end, but Nicole, if you go on to the next. So with that said, I want to just get into the budgetary process for professional development. So one of the ongoing pieces of work includes stipends, and it's the summer work and the work that will take place during the school year next year about cross-district teams looking at curriculum, planning lessons, and being really cohesive. And then we have some interdisciplinary work because there is an interest in the district in project-based learning and how do we bring different groups together to do that. And then just the technical support around the platforms that we may have to use when we're in and out of a remote setting. And then seeking equity, seeking educational equity. As I put in the first slide, the focus areas in the first slide, which include the equity and the restorative justice training and the math training that gets at providing a solid education for all students, That is a key piece those are focus areas that are not going away. So this seeking educational equity and diversity will continue with teachers as they either come into Brookline as new teachers or continue with groups of teachers at the K-12 level. So these are all pieces that belong in our stipend work. Nicole, if you go to the next slide. So this slide gets at things that are contractual costs. So the PD Council, as I said, is a contractual group. They are a group of teachers. We are welcoming teachers at any time. Next year, we'll re-advertise the position. That is a group of teachers, again, to inform district PD. The mentors in the next two lines, those are not only contractual, but state required positions. So we owe it to new teachers in the profession, especially in their very early parts of their career, to have a mentor that supports their work in planning, in problem solving, in working as a new staff member in a new school environment. So those are not only contractual, but state required. And then we have a tuition assistance program, and that gets at all three units, A, B, and C, and that's for reimbursement of college level courses. So you move on. And then we have our partners and memberships. And some of these have been with us for years. If you look at Teach Point, so Teach Point, you'll see a cost of $5,000 there. That is just for the PD tracking, and we need to help teachers track their PD so that they can increase their lifetime on their licensure. And then we also have Primary Source, which is a professional development group that does both in person and online. And we have many seats. And I will tell you that this year we used every single seat that we had from Primary Source. The Marshall Memo is just a weekly publication, but it has great articles. It gives us tremendous amounts of information. I'm going to skip EDCO for a second, go to MSAN. So as Nicole mentioned, for the Student Opportunity Act, so we are having a group of teacher leaders go to the MSAN math project. I think it starts next week. And one of the goals there is to really target instructional strategies that support diverse learners and provide cultural proficient experiences for students in math. And so we are going to continue that partnership and to take advantage of their programs this year for professional development. So I want to go back to EDCO because I know it's been a conversation. And Nicole, if you just flip to the next slide. I know that you have voted to maintain our EDCO partnership for next year, but I just want to highlight a few things from our side. So I know there's been some conversation about the cost of the students that come, that go to specialized programs through EDCO. The money that you see here is only related to professional development. So if you look on the left, our budget for this year was $17,000 for dues and $9,000 to hold for tuition. And that gave us a discount and gave us about $200 to $350 per course that teachers would take. And we would sponsor each teacher a course that up to a certain amount. What happened with the assessment this year, though, and some things that were going on at EDCO made this cost a little bit higher than I think we expected. So we only had 17 participants last year in the EDCO courses. And I know that there was a sort of a plea for teachers to attend EDCO courses, but I want to make it really clear, teachers have been interested, but many of the courses have been canceled. There are courses that are very program specific to programs that we don't use in Brookline. And then we had a couple of teachers drop courses. What happened after that is before the assessment with only 17 teachers going is that it cost us $1,230 per person to attend a session as opposed to the $200 to $350. And what happened post-assessment was that it cost us almost $2,700 per teacher to take a course. This summer, the courses at EDCO, there's a mix, but there are several courses that they're offering that they are not differentiating in cost between member and non-member. And then the other thing is they've already canceled courses that our teachers have signed up for. So I just wanted to bring that information to the table. Nicole, if you'll go to the next slide. So these are some other items that we want to be able to fund next year. It will depend on what we spend this summer. We are going to continue our cultural proficiency course. Dr. Warnham is the leader of that course. It has amazing reviews. I actually, just to shout her out, I went to a meeting at BU where we talked about professional development, and we had teachers give feedback from 5 different districts on the best professional development they went to. And the PD from Dr. Warnham was hands down raved about from all teachers in Brookline that responded. We want to continue to work with our paras to help them and support them in whatever environment we're going to be in next year. We also think that it's really important that we start to build our teachers of color from inside the district. And I think it's really important that we consider university work for them, so that our para pool, which has a large number of teachers of color, can work towards their licensure and be teachers within the district. We would like the possibility of looking at restorative justice in the future. We're going to put that on hold for right now, and then continue our in-house focus, with the current focus being on the math rollout, which is the implementation of investigations and the continued work of illustrative math, and also to continue our literacy coaching. The in-the-moment PD is by research-based the best that we can do, and so we want to continue to do that. I want to go to the next slide. And Nicole, feel free to jump in on this one. So I wanted to share just some information that we've been finding. So as I said, I came in October, so I'm sort of working out my understanding of the district and how the district works. And one of the things that we noticed is that I started looking at the school budgets. There were allocations made and have been made for the last several years for staff development and educational conferences at the school. And it was totaling a fair amount of money. It was almost $240,000. And then we started doing a little research about how much did they really use towards PD? And the numbers were really small. Nicole, if you just click, because there's an animation. There you go. Just so you can see which column I'm looking at. There was some money used for PD, but not a lot. And there's a lot of money that then showed up sort of remaining. And I just want to call out a few things here. I think we need to think about, when we're working with our PD, a couple of things. There are things that the principals can be doing at the schools, but those would be more in the moment. I have something in my school that needs support. I need to work on that. I'm not sure if this is something that we just want to think about for future, but could we, how can this funding be supporting a more common conversation across the district? And as well as also noting that some of the PD did not happen because of COVID, that the principals had it scheduled for April, May, and June, and that just couldn't happen. The other thing is, I don't know. I think we can support principals in doing PD that's workable at their schools. It does show, though, since the funding in the total school and the remaining, some funds have been spent, is that principals needed those stipends for other things. And so I just want to, Nicole, do you want to jump in with anything there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Okay. I couldn't tell if I was muted or not. I can't tell by my screen. Yeah. So that I actually called every principal just to kind of see what they spent their PD funds on. And these, most of them were, a lot of it was used for trauma-informed practice to kind of address immediate needs and behavioral issues that might have been happening in the school. But they weren't using all of this money for PD. And I think there has been a lot of talk. If you look at the budget, it looks like the PD budget is this huge number, but it really isn't. These are in PD lines, but not actually being used for professional development. And so I think it's really important that principals do have access to PD money, but that's not the same as really thinking about how to thoroughly roll out professional development to ensure a quality educational experience for all students across the district, to make sure that all teachers have access to, whatever curriculum that we're using or whatever instructional practices we want to see folks engage in. And so I really think that, as we look at these funds, recognize, that not much of the, matter of fact, as we look at the budget for next year that we've put together, it doesn't even equal $239,000. And so that part we just wanted to highlight so that the school committee recognizes that this money isn't all going to professional development.
Thank you. So you want to go on to the next slide. So I just want to talk about where we are currently. So we have opened up multiple sessions this week, and we will continue to open up more to support teachers in any situation that we can have education in next year. So it could be that it's remote, it could be that we're in person, it could be a hybrid. And we have set up by content area and technology different structures for teachers to participate. And as you can see, it's not a one and done. There are multiple days for each of these sessions. And that's because we want to make sure that teachers really feel prepared and secure in what they're going to be teaching next year and the strategies that they need to use. In addition, we are looking for practices across the district that we know were successful this year. And so as Nicole mentioned earlier, we've put out an RFP to ask teachers, if you've done something and you think that it's going to help anybody else in this setting for next year, or you just want to share your practice, please let us know. And so we do have an RFP process, and it went out last night and I looked and there were already 4 applications in there for today. So I was kind of excited about that because it's a new thing for us to put that out with this. And then in terms of what will happen when school opens, we are, as you've probably heard several times tonight, once we understand the structure, we will be able to figure out our best use of time to make sure that teachers are supportive and have the professional development that they need. The one thing is currently, like I said, our model for last year, which was all done during the school day, is not going to be sustainable for this coming year. And therefore, we're looking at what structures exist that we can use to support teachers and provide more professional development and continue the work that we started this year. So that's all. Yeah, I'd love if there are any questions, and I can't, let's see, can I see people? I think Sharon has her hand up.
So if I could just jump in first to say, so we're a little over time, but that's okay. Thank you for this presentation. Why don't we give everybody a chance to speak, and then we'll see where we are. So Sharon, did Sharon want to speak? No, I don't see her hand.
No, I had seen her hand up on the participants list.
Oh, gotcha. Any comments, questions? Mariah.
I had a couple questions, and maybe I missed it, but on one of the slides in the beginning where you talked about what people were interested in, and you had it was the bar chart, was like basic sort of like educational tech, like how to use Zoom, was that an option? I wasn't really clear whether, okay, so that was one of them, and I wasn't really clear whether those were topics that they had been, like, were they allowed to volunteer topics, or were they given the topics?
Yes. Nope, there was open response. What I did was pull just the data that aligned to each other, just to kind of show that where the areas are that are needed in focus. But there was a whole section, and I'm happy to share the data.
No, I just wasn't. It went quick, and I didn't quite catch it.
Yep, and the whole section talked about like learning management systems, presentation systems, student interactive systems, video conferencing systems. There were multiple systems that we asked people to generalize their need, and then also to add in if they needed more.
Okay, and then I have 2 sort of big picture questions, and one is, how is professional development linked to evaluation? How does the evaluation of annual evaluation inform how professional development funds are spent? And then my second question is, how is professional development allocated and prioritized to supporting educators of color?
So I can address the evaluation to start. So there is a standard in the evaluation process. Teachers are evaluated on 4 standards, and standard 4 is about professional learning and your professional community and what you do. And so every professional in the district provides evidence of the learning that they have done throughout their year. And that's how it's tied to evaluation. I would not say that you would evaluate somebody based on whether they participate or not, because it's more important for our teachers to be doing the instruction in the classroom. And if they're doing what they need to be doing, then I wouldn't
I guess I
necessarily.
mean, if you're being evaluated and your evaluation is coming back as your instruction is missing X, how does that get fed into what you should be like? Are you then recommended to go do professional development in that area? Is there a formal process there?
I think that's the feedback, the individual feedback given by the supervisor. So that's one way a supervisor can work with somebody. It's not the only way. And then
educators of color.
Educators
and
of color.
specifically also because I saw that you had your sort of baseline funding and then sort of your next level funding, and that included specific support for paras and increasing the para pipeline to teachers, but that wasn't in the base. So I guess I was wondering what specific support is within the base.
And that's because of what the base has to include. But go ahead, Nicole, I'm going to let you.
No, I was just going to say, we don't have a program fully baked. That's something that we'd like to see happen. You know, partnership with the university. That's something that needs to grow. I know that Keith, Dr. Lazama, Dr. Warnham, Lisa was working on that earlier in the year, maybe the end of last year, and things just got away from them. But I think that is something that really would be a really solid investment for the district to consider. And I don't think we fully understand what the expense of it is, because when we think about college credit, we want to make sure that we have affordable opportunities for those teachers as well, for our paras as well.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up on that really quickly? So this is over and above, I mean, Calise was doing a fair amount with the educators of color pipeline from parents to teachers. So is this on top of that, Nicole, or is this?
No, this is like building that out. And so what Dr. Warnham was working on was building that out. So she had done some infinity groups, but the actual program that we would start to open up for teachers, she started some initial survey of folks who were interested, kind of trying to figure out, where do people want to be? They want to be classroom teachers, guidance counselors. So she has some of that preliminary data. But as far as like the actual, like, this is how we will support you in college courses. These are the college courses that we'll offer in district for local state credit. And this is how we will support you with MTEL. I know Michelle is actually working directly with one of our educators who has had a hard time passing the MTEL, and she's working with him directly. I don't know, is she doing one-on-one tutoring through a screen? I'm not sure, but that's where we're starting, but really trying to figure out how to grow a program that would support those courses and support teachers in passing the MTEL.
So I would just want to put a flag on this, either for finance or curriculum. I mean, I think a fair number of us thought that was all either more up and running than it was, or certainly funded. So it's a little surprising to hear that it's an over and above at this point, and not baked into the core of what we're doing. So it might be important to follow up on that, just so that we're all really clear on that, because I think there are a fair number of us who would prioritize that from a budget perspective and maybe trade off something else, because that pipeline is really, really important to us as a value. So anyway, I just want to, I don't know where that goes, Suzanne, but I think that's important for us to pick back up.
Yeah, I Susan, I agree.
Yeah, I would just like to add my voice to that as well. I mean, I know we don't know yet exactly what resources it would take, but it would be really helpful if you could give school committee an idea of just what we can do for you this regard.
Just to clarify, you're talking about for paraprofessionals, correct?
And we should also, I think we should also do that for any kind of leadership. We really should be growing our own leadership within the district. So, you know,
and there are,
you know, in my life, I was able to take a principal leadership course, which allowed me and trained me, not at the university, I did that, but also at the district level to be a principal. And, you know, when you can grow your own, it's the best. So for all levels.
and there are several teacher leadership programs out there that lead to that certification. And I've been in touch with a couple of the universities that have them and know that we have a few candidates that have applied on their own. But those could become cohort groups as well. So, you know, building both of those things out could be very strong for us. It's just, you know, it is a budgetary piece.
Well, that's why I would like to do that in either finance or curriculum, because again, I think our pipeline of educators of color is something we've been talking about and working on for a long time. And I think it probably would, if I'm reading nodding heads, make the cut over and above maybe things that are already in the budget that would have to come out because we are in a limited environment, but I don't want to lose this piece again.
So,
Helen?
Yeah, so speaking of money, actually, this is the first time I've ever seen a school allocation budget laid out like this, and I've been through many budgets. And so I'm curious what's happened with the money that got left over. Number one, is this what we use to run down the deficit? I don't know. And what's happened in previous years? I mean, I know we don't really have time to do that, but it's sort of, it's a little disconcerting that there's this much money on the table that could be used for very good things within individual schools that somehow got left and not clear what it got spent on, the monies that were spent.
Yeah.
So,
I think that the leftover amount, I don't know if it was leftover, like there was a balance in the account, or this is how much money is left over in the PD line that wasn't used for PD. So I'm not 100% sure what the nuances of that. But one of the things that I know for sure, having been a principal myself for many years, is that as a principal, you are running your building, and designing professional development for your staff is not really, you know, outside of faculty meetings and really trying to bring people in to kind of, you know, run some things. It's a really challenging thing to add on top of what principals have. And so there's no harm, no foul if they haven't been able to really build out a PD plan in their school, and they can certainly work with Michelle to do that. But I think people just have been, you know, our principals are worked.
oh, I'm not questioning.
Right? No, I don't think that at all.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think thinking about it as folks doing things in their building, it'll be hard to make sure that things are coherent and continue. And that's part of, you know, when you think about funding anything, as you bring the idea of helping paras become teachers, making sure that it's a program that would take 3 years at the bare minimum. And so making sure that you're thinking about 3 years worth of funding and you know, like the longevity of a program like that is really important as well.
I guess maybe finance can look into this and how this budget item, what happens to it, and what's happening with it in fiscal year 21. I would like to see that laid out.
Yeah, and just to add one last thing about the baseline budget, those are contractual obligations, so they don't mean that there's not a will to have these other items as a core part of what we do. But when we say baseline, we're saying these are the things that we are by contract or by state policy required.
I get that.
And I can share just from past experiences some ways that we've done partnerships with universities to support paraprofessionals to becoming teachers and to support teachers to becoming administrators, and I've worked with both types of programs before.
I would just like to say that, and I've said this before, but the strongest professional development I have seen in my 40 years as an educator has been in the grade level team meetings. That whether you call the professional learning communities or grade level teams, that is where the work is done. And I just feel so strongly that we need to make room and space for that to happen for our teachers. Especially I'm talking about K-5. So that's my plug. I just think that it becomes teacher directed. The team decides what they're going to focus on. The principal can then bring in the experts, but it's probably already in the school. And that's really what should be done.
And I want to even take it a little further. I think cross district grade level is also super important, especially like not knowing where we're going to be next year. And I think that's what we've tried to start to implement this summer. But absolutely, like having those opportunities where the teachers are planning together and, you know, working with their coordinators and really getting at what it is students need to learn is you're right. And research supports that.
Right. And looking at student work is a powerful, powerful way to think about how you're teaching. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think we're going to move on. So we have more to go. So thank you so much for that. I'm hoping that we take another deeper dive, perhaps looking at the professional development budget as we go forward. Okay, we're going to move to policy. David, you are on.
All right, so we have 3 policies to review today. I emailed them out to everyone earlier, and let's go ahead and have a discussion on them. If anyone has any comments they would like to make or changes, I've been in touch with a couple of you privately, but now's our opportunity to deliberate.
I had a question, David, just because we're now in this remote environment, which we aren't usually, in terms of public comment. They talk about signing up when you get there, but we sign up in advance as well, do we not?
Yes, and even now, this has happened more at the subcommittee level, but we have people who sign up in advance. They also can sign up in the chat rooms. It actually has worked quite well.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know if that needed to be in the policy at all or no, I don't know. Are we voting on anything tonight, or we're just having a conversation?
Well, we do have a possible vote for a second reading. So the last time that this was on the agenda, we didn't end up discussing it because a couple of these policies are fairly dense. The one for foster care students and our homeless student population in particular. We do not currently have policies in those 2 areas, but we certainly have students who are in those populations. So it's important that we pass policies to cover these students. I would reiterate that these policies were worked on over multiple meetings at the policy subcommittee level. We also had Maria Letas, who's with us this evening as well, who offered a lot of important advice and her expertise in these areas because she's the one who primarily has been handling students who are in these categories. She's also the one who obviously would have the keenest understanding of current practices, as well as some of the legal limitations imposed by the state and federal statutes. I don't know if you'd like to add more, Maria, about your thoughts on these policies.
Hi, everyone. No, I think the work that we've done has really evolved them to a really great place where they are now that we can have this discussion.
Comments, questions? Concern? Helen?
Yeah, just a question. So you base these on the MASC recommended policy? Is that how you started?
Yes, that's correct. So I looked at the MASC versions and then I expanded them somewhat. So for example, one area of expansion, the MASC does not provide access for attorneys. And being an attorney who works in child is extremely frustrating to me because DCF unfortunately does not really cooperate in providing attorneys with information. And how can we really advocate for children in our system if no one really knows what's going on? So I did add that as a provision. Then also some other differences, and I really thank Maria on this, simplifying some of the language so that it's easier to digest. The MASC version in some places could get a little pedantic, and sometimes I ran into that myself when formulating other parts. So I think that the versions we currently have are much easier to follow. They don't necessarily get quite to the layer of detail as the MASC version, spelling out exactly what the federal regulations might be, but obviously we would follow those.
Mhm. And there's no conflict of interest here, right?
I would not represent a child in this district. No, but I do think it's important for transparency purposes. We obviously want to have people advocating for students, and I'm not casting any aspersions on the school department, but just the reality is that a lot of things get lost in bureaucracy, and then the children don't end up having a voice when it comes to what's in their best interest and why was a certain determination made. And a lot of key stakeholders are left in the dark. So this policy doesn't just provide access for the attorney, but also for the educational advocate. And I think that's critically important so that we make sure that we have someone who is sort of an impartial observer in the sense of not squarely on the school side, not squarely on the DCF side, looking at these best interest determinations.
Are these guardian ad litems?
Guardian ad litems as well, yes. The primary difference between an attorney representing a child and a guardian ad litem is the guardian ad litem is judging for the child what would be in the child's best interests, whereas the attorney's job is to advocate what it is the child wants. So for older children, that can diverge.
Other comments or questions? David, Susan?
Are we talking about all of them or?
Yeah, any one of them.
I had 2 points on the public comment one. One is that on the bottom of page 1, I would prefer it if somehow anyone who was a parent or guardian of a public schools or Brookline student went into the first part of the sentence, not the second part. So it says the chair may favor in no particular order those speakers who are Brookline residents. I would like parents or guardians of public school students up with Brookline residents rather than in sort of the subordinate clause of inappropriate circumstances, because mainly that applies to Metro parents. And I just want to make sure they're kind of in the first bucket, if that makes sense.
Okay.
The only last thing I would say is that if, to whatever extent possible, are we going to have a separate comment, or how are we dealing with public hearings policy? Because it refers to public hearings, but do we need a public hearings policy? Does it need to just describe what public hearings, what the difference is between a public hearing and public comment?
Do we currently have a public hearing policy? That's what you're asking?
Or do we, I don't know. And if we don't have one, I'm not sure we need one. It just refers to public hearings without, if we're going to refer to public hearings here, I think we just need to define the difference between public comment and public hearings, because that really that's very confusing to people.
So Susan, I flagged this. It's referred to elsewhere in the policy manual as clarified. Unfortunately, the section where it's explained also includes other categories of, possible like kind of meeting classifications for school committees that are very outdated, that go back to the 1980s. So, you know, it is in a context that has significant inaccuracies, but the definition of public hearing is elsewhere in the first section of the policy manual.
So I could go either way, either define it here or refer people to where it is defined. I just think that from the public perspective, the difference between public comment and public hearings is not clear. That's really my.
We don't have a practice in our policy manual of cross-referencing internally. I mean, we have indexes. This is one of the limitations of sort of doing this, you know, policy by policy at this point, rather than section by section. We are actually at a point in our policy manual where we actually need to be revising entire sections in order to make sure that we're sort of capturing the kinds of issues that you're dealing with. But unfortunately, it's hugely inefficient for us to start introducing processes of like sort of cross-referencing that are not typical of policy manuals in general. And it's also probably not appropriate for us to be making reference to a policy like a sort of description or definition that's included elsewhere that's probably outdated. But I think that one of the things that we also need to recognize is that there is a copious public literature on what is a public hearing, right? So this isn't the only source that people need to go to in order to find out what a public hearing is. It's well documented in Massachusetts state law. So you know, I think I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you actually that, like, you know, that these sorts of clarifications need to be made, but it doesn't need. I guess the point that I'd like to say is that it doesn't need to be made here, in my view.
Okay, but I guess the problem is that we still have a public who is largely confused about this issue, and it just feels like if we're going to define one piece of it, it feels like a missed opportunity to not define the other half, which causes the confusion. So if it's well documented, then let's just cite it. I mean, I hear you about not referring to outdated policies, but it feels like that's our problem, right? The problem of the public is that they don't know the difference. And so somehow this has to be useful. So that's
okay. So
all.
there are other resources, like we can cite it, like we can cite references to what is a public hearing. That seems perfectly appropriate. I also want to say that, like, when you do a section by section update in the policy manual and you use updated sections that say have been updated within the last 10 years, you know, and you say, you know, look at one of these many dozens that are available through the MASC website, you can find chapter and verse citations to what is a public hearing, right? So that people can track back to that, right? Unfortunately, doing this, you know, as an excerpt, as a focus on a policy, rather than sort of doing a section by section review of our policy manual, inhibits us from doing this because it creates, you know, possible redundancies and anachronisms. Now, the goal of this, which is my understanding, is to clarify, you know, what is, you know, what is public comment, right? And so I do think that this clarifies public comment, but one of the conversations that we've had at the policy subcommittee level is, you know, whether or not the school committee wants us to be undertaking section by section reviews of our policies in order to redress the kinds of issues that you're raising. And so I think that that's a question that we should put on the table. I mean, we can actually do a full review of section A, which would capture all of this. And, you know, which I do just want to be clear here, which will take up a lot of the school committee's time because it will involve, you know, essentially the bundling of many, you know, interconnected policies together that are referring to each other, but that would, you know, right away resolve the kinds of issues that you're talking about, because they would all be getting updated to current law at the same time.
Susan, for the time being, how would you feel about adding the word hearing to the first sentence of the second paragraph, first page? So public comment is not a discussion, debate, hearing, or dialogue, and then that could signal right there that this is referring to public comment. We could then perhaps have another policy that is about public hearings and how we will conduct public hearings. And then, like Sharon said, when we do that full section review, I think that would be the more appropriate time to do that cross-referencing for all of our policies.
fine, and I understand the point about not cross-referencing, so I think your idea is a good one. It just seems that if there's lots and lots of documentation on what a public hearing is, let's just footnote it and send people there so that they know what the difference is. That's all. I'm trying to look for sort of a very simple fix that.
I understand, but it's
a
not so
complicated
simple
one.
because if we were to actually be doing a full review of like this section, you know, there's been significant growth in there may have been significant, I mean, listen, different policy manuals deal with this differently, but like we could end up having an entire, you know, policy just on public hearings, which would sort of make, you know, this whole conversation moot essentially.
Helen.
You know what? I've been beaten out. Okay.
No,
fine.
I'm going to a different subject.
Whatever.
Okay.
I don't think it makes any sense, but I really am not going to argue this at 9.
Well, I like what David put in the hearing piece, but I actually, there's on number 5, discussion of individual personnel issues will be prohibited. The other piece that I have oftentimes during public comment felt very uncomfortable is when parents talk about individual student issues. And I wonder if we shouldn't put that in there too. It's a slippery slope. I mean, sometimes you're talking about your kid in terms of something good that's happening in school, and that's fine. But when you start talking about their issues and their individual issues, I think that's problematic. I feel very uncomfortable, and I think it's inappropriate. So I don't know what other people feel about that.
I mean, it may be inappropriate, but it's still legal. And we can't actually bar people from talking in public about the things that they want to talk about, except for very specific things. Also, when people are talking about education, I mean, would it be, you know, inappropriate for me to stand up and talk about my concerns about special education funding on the grounds of the fact that I have children who receive special education services? I mean, it's an extremely slippery. No, it isn't. There are, I mean, I think that the issue, I mean, and we can bring in town council about this, but you know, there's very stringent law around, you know, First Amendment rights and, you know, Massachusetts the Constitution commitment to First Amendment rights. People can say what they want. They can't be harassing or abusive.
Well, but they
you
can
know.
also make their kids feel very uncomfortable, and that's what I've experienced at school.
Perhaps you could recommend that rather than say it's a rule, but just say parents are,
We
you know,
could do that.
right, something like that. Parents
that
are
would certainly be a step.
recommended to consider sort of what they talk about their children and yeah.
I recommend not to bring individual student issues.
Or just to think about it. That's, you know.
I think that is it is an important point, but I think that is probably the responsibility of the chair to manage in real time, and it's probably not the responsibility of the policy manual.
It's a
because
really hard one, Sharon.
It could put our policy in conflict with the law.
Right, I agree with
could get
maybe
sued.
you could get a legal opinion on that.
Yeah, okay, no problem. That's
Let's
an
do
easy
that.
one.
Okay, Mariah.
I have a meta comment about policies, which is not about these in particular, but just, and it's a meta comment about process, which is I didn't get these in enough time to be able to read them thoroughly, just because I had a very busy afternoon and I think we got them today. And I would like to request that things that we're supposed to be reading for school committee, like on advisory, we're supposed to get everything by the day before. And it would be great if we could have a longer lead time, not just on these policies, but just not on policies in specific, but just on general on the documents. I feel like I'm not able to evaluate them as thoroughly because I received them at the last minute.
So that is something that we can do by email, but I do want to alert everyone that these policies have been posted on our website for a couple of them for over a month now.
But that was when we saw them the first time, but then you made changes to them.
The only one that there were some slight changes were pronouns on the school policy, but the other two are identical.
Oh, they're the same. See, I haven't had the chance to read them yet, so I didn't realize that they were identical.
So David, are you making a motion to vote on these, or do you want to bring it back?
I guess we could vote on 2 of the 3 because I've implemented a couple of suggested changes from Susan primarily. And
on the public comment one?
On the public comment one. So we might want to have an opportunity for the full school committee to look that over to see if they're comfortable with that precise verbiage. But I think on the other 2, or if Susan's okay with just trusting how it is and moving all of them for a second reading.
Oh, for
all right. So then I will move that we approve all 3 of these policies for a second reading.
Do we have a second?
Can I ask what that means? I don't know what approving for a second reading means. Are we voting to actually make them real policies, or are we doing something else?
Yeah, I need some clarification on that. David, do you know?
This is just something that I observed the last couple of years, but I'm not quite sure why we do it either.
I don't think you need
typically we do. Typically, they go through policy and it's torturous, and then you bring it to a first reading at school committee. Between first reading and second reading, at first reading you have a discussion, you make edits. And between first reading and second reading, you put it up on the website, let people, make their comments, incorporate those comments. Second reading is, okay, this is the thing we're going to vote. Are we okay? And then we vote it and it becomes the policy. So the whole point of having 2 readings is that the first time the school committee sees it, there's opportunity for deliberation and public comment. And then after second reading, sometimes we have like second reading a bunch of times if we still can't get it right. But in an ideal world, you have a second reading, and then either in that meeting or the next meeting, you vote the policy.
So we could vote the policies, at least 2 of them tonight is what we're suggesting.
Which 2 were decided to vote tonight? I didn't catch the
homeless and the foster children.
Educational opportunities for children in foster care and the homeless students enrollment rights and services.
David, did you get the feedback from Naomi in time?
I have not seen it, no.
So in that case, I personally would not vote in support of voting for those tonight.
I'm fine with doing a second reading to give people further opportunity in the general public. So I don't mind that. So why don't we, so I'm going to reiterate my motion of advancing all 3 of these policies for second reading. And they will be posted on the website.
I don't think we need a motion. I think we could just do it.
You just bring it back.
You just bring it back.
Okay. I do want to thank policy committee subcommittee for doing this work. So thank you.
And I would like to ask you to please check with town council about individual student issues.
Okay.
And whether we can prohibit it or whatever.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to subcommittee and liaison reports, only if you have something to report, but that would be fine. So who has a subcommittee report? Anybody? I don't think we've met. No? We just did policy, right? Okay. Are there any liaison updates?
I'll say one quick thing on the Driscoll project. Next Tuesday evening at the Building Commission, there will likely be a discussion about a potential delay to the Driscoll project due to a variety of things, but one of them from our perspective is keeping the playing fields open this fall. If you remember, the original plan is to start putting up fences in the September-October timeframe and basically taking, a very, very small part of the teacher parking lot and trying to put all the kids on that very small piece of property. And I think there's just been a lot of discussions about whether that's advisable this fall. So at any rate, that conversation is going to happen at the Building Commission. So if anybody has strong feelings, happy to talk about that now, but probably offline or at Capitol next week.
And if I could just add to that, Susan, the other point that both the OPM and the architect were making is that pricing might be better with the full project designed, et cetera, in February.
Yeah, it may be, but it may not be. I mean,
yeah, right.
Andy?
Yeah, can I ask who makes the decision on whether or not to change the timeline?
So it's not an MSBA project, it's the building committee. So for Pierce, it will be the building committee. For the high school and Driscoll, the building committee is really just, the Driscoll School Building Committee is an advisory committee. And so in a sense, it's, the building, there are three groups that have legal responsibility. One is the building commission, one is the school committee, and one is the select board who basically sign off on things. So in a sense, it's the three originating committees. Hopefully, though, they will work through a lot of the technical issues at the building commission first, and then we will kind of have this as a discussion later on this month. But I just wanted you to know their decision on Tuesday. They may not even vote this Tuesday, but if they do, it won't be a final vote. It will still come back to us. But I just want you guys to know that it's happening because I think it's going to be an important conversation.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, just FYI, tomorrow and Thursday, there will be interviews of the OPMs for the owners project managers for the Pierce project. Right now, we are planning on having contract, hopefully, with one of these four groups to present to the MSBA in September.
Okay, any new business?
Can I ask a
Okay, we're gonna
question?
go-
Can I just ask one? Does the remote learning task force ever report out to the school committee as a subcommittee, or does it not? Sort of formally back to the full school committee?
We usually do at this time. I will say for myself that I felt like I raised several of the issues that I wanted to raise during the previous discussion around the remote learning plan. But I think we certainly could take this moment to sort of do a readout. We have actually every week since we formed the task force at this time given a readout on it. I just do you want to share?
I was just going to say, given the lateness of the hour, I would just ask if people want a readout. I think the top priority in my mind is to have Jim meet the co-chairs, have him understand the sort of professional questions and lenses that they're bringing to this, and make sure that as quickly as possible, the questions that the staff is asking, even things like survey questions, can zipper in to take advantage of the expert panel. So that to me feels like the number one priority. And Jim will also be coming on Friday morning from 9:30 to 11 if folks want to join us there. I mean, each one, there's like a lot of documents and a lot of issues that they're thinking about. But I don't know if do you want to read out on each of the panels right now, Suzanne? Because we can do that.
Well, you didn't meet last Friday, did you? So
no, but
well, actually, yeah.
Oh,
I think that one issue that I would like to raise for the school committee in general is that I think that some of this will be pending Jim's direction. But the current plan moving forward for each of the four panels is for the groups to identify, a subset of, perhaps like 5 or 6 particular issues or problems that they want to tackle within their general scope and provide presentations on those, in the format of, some degree of sort of, here's the problem, here's why this matters. Here's a couple of different scenarios that the school committee can consider as you move forward through thinking about these problems. Here's some proposed solutions that could work for Brookline. I think that we've already seen one excellent example of that in the form of a presentation that was developed on COVID testing, and these are available through the remote learning task force website. But I think that what we should be anticipating moving forward is that we will be bringing forward recommendations from each of the expert panels to the school committee, in order for them to exercise their advisory role and to advise us on, several of these key issues. I will say specifically as the liaison to Task Force 4, that they have identified 2 issues that they believe need, the attention of the school committee right away, and that those include COVID testing and communications. And by communications, we're not just talking about sort of routine administrative communications. We're talking about a much more differentiated approach to a communication strategy that's specific to COVID at all levels of the schools. What I also want to mention, I also want to bring to the school committee's attention that one of the issues that are sort of being considered from a public health standpoint is the idea that, you know, that we as a district would be having our own way of understanding how COVID is impacting our schools on a much more active basis, and that we would be engaging in sort of you know, reviews of like where things stand in terms of, you know, transmission and vulnerability, to sort of titrate controls, you know, upwards and downwards, you know, every couple of weeks as we go through the school year, in order to, you know, make, you know, certain practices freer, and, you know, make education more easy, like in the school environment when appropriate, and also to tighten things up and reduce transmission when appropriate, right? And I think so that kind of engagement is, you know, that kind of you know, those sorts of recommendations are the kinds of things that, you know, I know that at least panel 4 is hoping to bring forward to the school committee. Panel 1 is, you know, definitely, you know, moving forward aggressively with, you know, within its organizing phases, and they'll have more information for us next week. Do you want to add anything about panels 2 or 3, Susan and Mariah?
2 did a great presentation last week on physical wellness, and they have upcoming weeks are defined their areas in socio-emotional wellness for both primary and secondary, and family support and community engagement. So these are some interesting areas, and they also identified areas of overlap with separate advisory panels that we're working through to make sure that everything's being covered, but no one is duplicating effort.
Just 2 headlines from panel 3, which is educator capacity building. One is that they're quite keen to understand what teachers feel are their areas that they need support in. I do think they also have some perspectives, things like we should not have more than one technological platform at a time for kids. It's sort of too confusing for everybody. Having a seamless experience going back and forth from the classroom for kids who, you know, again, up to maybe 20% of kids on any given day won't be in the classroom, and it's just too chaotic to try to manage one-off. So really having a very solid plan for every single day, whether the kids are in the building or not in the building, and not trying to kind of assume that we're going to wing it for the 1 or 2 kids who are immunocompromised, and that's just the system as a system that will break really fast. So I think they were just more concerned about the systemic effect of that flexibility and how to make that happen. So at any rate, is a very good set of conversations.
Yeah, I do think that walking away, like, I think that there does need to be probably a conversation among the committee as a whole, and especially with, you know, with the chair, the vice chair, and the superintendent about, you know, how to uptake these recommendations, where the appropriate forum for discussion and deliberation is. I will say personally, I would advise sort of referring these recommendations out to further school committee organs, like subcommittees, right? Like the goal is to sort of get them, you know, get this guidance, you know, to educate the school committee about whatever it is that the school committee can be educated about, and, you know, bring it into the process. And I also think that we need to sort of start to have some questions about whether or not, you know, these groups that are doing this work are going to at some point, you know, present to the school committee, or if there's some way that we can bring the attention of school committee members, you know, more closely to the recommendations that they make.
Yeah, so I was going to say, Jim, I don't think you had a chance to really delve into this, but I think that is one of your priorities, to figure out how to get all these groups, both these expert panels and your management group with the union, and the 3 groups in central office, how to bring all that together. I mean, that's part of the work, right?
That's right. That's right. And we're moving deliberately toward that. And so far, everybody is moving in the right direction. And I'm a little concerned about what Sharon is saying, because if those panels are advisory, and you take the panels and they're presenting to the school committee and they split into other subcommittees, you're going to give the impression to those panels that they're a lot more than advisory, and you're going to say to the community they're a lot more than advisory. So we might as well get that straight away before we get going, because it'll take on a life of its own. Nobody will be able to control it, and it won't be productive. So I am planning on meeting with, after Friday, I want to meet with the chairs of each of the committees and find a really productive way for them to engage with the schools in a wholesome, supported way, mutually supportive way. I do not want to see the panels split off into subcommittees. I mean, these people are working hard and they're giving a lot of their time. And if their expectation is that they are going to develop into working subcommittees that then are going to have real recommendations and they're going to bring them to the school committee, what are you going to do with that? We're going to end up in a situation we talked about before, where you've got guidance from the state, which is paralleling a lot of what's happening with these panels, and then you have the panels, as good as they are, that may be given or believing they have, and I don't know this, but I'm assuming from the conversation tonight that they have sort of a charge to bring their recommendations to the school committee, which are then going to find their way into the schools. And I'd hate to see that happen, because that is really, really going to create a versus rather than, we're in this. I understand the motivation. I understand the motivation, the desire to bring really high quality information to the schools. But I do need time to sort of work with the other. They're almost all under the same umbrella, if you can believe it now. High school's there, the union's almost there, and they had a pretty good attitude today. I'm telling you that I told them to watch the tonight's show, the school committee. Sorry about that, and to rate me on what I said. When I said in the very beginning, I talked about how the union and their labor management group is working with the administration. We have a positive spirit moving forward on that, and that we talked about standards, we talked about expectations on the teaching, we talked about curriculum, we talked about, let me not get too specific on that now, but we talked about those kinds of things, and we're on the same page. We are absolutely on the same page. If you can scratch under the surface of sort of the posturing and get to the real issue, there's no daylight. There is no daylight. So I see them as coming under, I call it the umbrella of the school department. As I say, the high school is there, and these panels, I believe the panels are going to be there too. Working with the one panel that I work relatively closely with, I feel that's really moving in the right direction. I had a couple of email exchanges with, because my email is a little backed up, but with Mariah, I think with the panel that you're chairing, I had a little exchange with, and I'm telling you, it's to die for. The people on those panels are great, as you would expect, as you would have described them. So that's all I'm saying, is a little more time to work that. If they come under the umbrella too, then we're all pulling on the oar, so to speak, and we're feeling, I think we'd be feeling good about the value that each of us has. If we go too fast and give by sort of by default a message that actually would set people up to go in a direction that then I think we're embarrassing everybody. So I don't want to do that. So let's try that. Let's see what happens when we come back to the next meeting. I will report out on it. And by that time, I will have had a chance to connect with all of the people and have a conversation. I'm going to be there Friday, and then maybe I can set up times that, poor Betsy, but I can set up times that I can actually connect with and have these conversations, which I actually believe are going. I actually believe that people on the panels are going to understand that, and they're going to want to work through a process where they'll be more welcomed into the school system with the teachers, rather than feeling. The conversations I've had so far have left me with the impression from some of the panel members that they don't know how to broach into the system, have conversations with teachers that will be warmly received, And I think we can get there to the extent that it'll be a really productive way to go. Some of the discussions around the testing, that's not going to be an easy discussion. I can tell you right now, that is not going to be an easy discussion. But so what? Let's have it anyway. But let's have it in a way that we can actually listen to each other and see what makes the greatest amount of sense, and get to a place where we feel, yeah, that works. That would, because the whole goal, it seems to me, is to have whatever we're doing work for the best interests of the students. So let's keep that as our goal, and push for that. Sorry, rambled on here a little bit, but
No, thank you, Jim. So we'll wait to take our lead from you. You're going to do some next steps. And
yeah, but I'm going to be in touch. I am going to give next steps, and I am going to be in touch. Let's see if I have this right in terms of Susan, Sharon, and Mariah. You three, I think, are the school committee subcommittee.
yeah, someone has two, right? Someone has two.
We're not subcommittee.
But that's okay. But if I'm connecting with the three, I'm not leaving anybody.
We're not a subcommittee.
You're not the subcommittee.
No, that's good.
Well, who do I
Yes,
talk
we're not
with?
subcommittee.
Who do I talk with on the school committee if I need to make a contact there?
No, sorry. Yes, you're correct. It's me, Susan, and Mariah. Me and Susan are the co-chairs of the Remote Learning Task Force, and Mariah is a member of that. And so you're correct. But it's an ad hoc task force. It's not a subcommittee. That's
Okay.
correct.
That'd be, for example, the other day, Susan, I called you and tried to to bring in Sharon on the discussion, and I would bring Mariah, and I didn't realize that. So that we're all talking about it, and I called you. I needed some advice, like this way and go that way. What do you think? And that led to, I think, a little bit of a breakthrough. So we're on our way, Suzanne. We're on our way. Right. By the way, this is my 4th day on the job, so give me another week, will you?
We're glad to have you, Jim. We're really glad to have you. You have no idea.
Okay.
That was what I was about to say. I was like, I cannot believe this is, day. I thought it was day 3, but day 4.
Yeah, this is day 4. Are you kidding?
Mastered so much so quickly.
You've been in touch with a lot of people already, Jim. Thank you so much for that. That's for sure.
Incredible.
Okay, I'm going to move on to a motion to meet in executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, for the following purposes. Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Brookline Educators Union, BEU, Unit A, Unit B, and paraprofessionals. If an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares. And purpose 7, to review and approve executive session minutes from the following meetings: June 4th, June 11th, June 18th, and June 26th, 2020. Do I have a second to the motion?
Second.
Lots of people, thank you. And I think we have to do roll call on this. Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Sharon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Robin, can we stay here for executive session? Oh, and we will not be coming back to open session at the end.
Yes, you can stay in this meeting.
Thank you very much.